Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing today? It's been an interesting 24 hours, Windwalker, I think. 24, 48, something like that. Very interesting. Oh, I've had some revelations on the spec. That I'm gonna go over, to be honest. Um, but I think like the changes have probably done more to Windwalker than first anticipated. I don't necessarily think they're good, but I don't think they're bad either. I think there's been kind of like a reshaping of what Windwalker's damage profile is to an extent, especially for raid. Like super big changes in raid. Mythic Plus, I don't think it changes too much in Mythic Plus, but kind of changes like a fair bit in actual what raid is. What is Windwalker's purpose in raid, right? So I'm kind of gonna do like a little bit of a TED talk, but me talk. Just kind of going over um talents to start things off. Have a look at the talent changes for single target, Mythic Plus, Raid Cleave, that sort of thing. And then just talk about how what is the purpose of Windwalker and Raid? Like, not really looking at if it's like a good thing or a bad thing, more just looking at like how you're going to get the most out of the spec in the actual raid going forward, because things have changed, right? Previously, in pre 12.0.5, we were kind of, I wouldn't say like we were even like a pad spec, right? We were kind of like the opposite. We were kind of subpar in almost all situations, like boss damage, on ads. Like we weren't bad, but we were not good. But that's kind of shifted. Um, where now we're really good at pad and actually really bad at boss damage. And it's very reminiscent of season 3, The War Within, in Maniforge Omega, where that was kind of our shtick as well, where we were really good at like padding on bosses that had ad spawns. And then in single target, like when you actually looked at the boss damage, it was not good at all. But I think I'll go through talents first, because I've seen a lot of questions talking about talents, basically how these have changed and stuff. So we're going to look at single target first. I think it makes the most sense to do. And the best way to do this is compare it to what we previously had. So before point 0.5 and now during point 0.5. So it's not like there's been massive changes to talents. We're only talking like 2 or 3 changes per build, but they do change gameplay a little bit. So this is what we were before point 0.5 basically. We ran drinking horn cover in single target. And when I say single target, right? Okay, let's start off. What is actual single target? Single target is genuinely like 1 or 2 bosses in the raid. We're talking Veracius and potentially Saladar. Maybe you could argue Lyra and Borellion, the bird, the birdie. You could maybe argue those for single target as well. But realistically, this tier has not actually had that much pure single target. When you compare it to previous tiers, there's like at least been like 1 or 2 like pure single target bosses. This tier, what have we had single target wise? Like Veracius, but it still spawns ads, you know? And that's like Saladar, you could argue. On Mythic, it spawns tons of ads. So that's like even further away from a single target boss. Basically everything this tier summons ads except for Paladins, which is a 3 target boss anyway, so you're not playing single target. But it's still worth going over like pure single target because you do still run it in certain situations anyway. So the main thing when it comes to like actually what changed with talents is drinking horn cover is what was run for everything in the raid, except maybe 1 or 2 situational bosses where you ran spiritual focus. Drinking horn cover isn't run anymore. The main reason for this is that we want to take advantage of Zenith Stomp, which is essentially the rework that they did to our Apex talent, right? Where we already had Zenith Stomp, but it only sent out a cast when we pressed Zenith. Now, after you press Zenith, you get 2 Zenith Stomps that follow it, right? That you have to press yourself. They basically take over the button that is Zenith. Here, I do a demonstration. So I have Zenith over here. I press it, and now I have 2 charges of Zenith Stomp that I can press at any point during the cooldown of Zenith. If I let Zenith run out, for instance, let's say I cancel Zenith in the top right, I lose both those Stomp charges. So you basically have to fit that into your rotation. The main thing here is that Zenith Stomp's a really, really strong ability. In single targets, it's a bit weaker, but it's still relatively fundamental that you have to press in single target and do a good chunk of your damage. So the reason that Drinking Uncover isn't taken is because Spiritual Focus allows us to have more Zenith windows. More Zenith windows means more Zenith Stomps. More Zenith Stomps means more damage. More pad damage, I suppose, in a way. As well as this, our actual Zenith window isn't as strong anymore, right? They did a fair few nerfs to Fist of Fury through our Apex talents, through changing Crashing Fists. So because of this, our Zenith window isn't as strong, so it doesn't suffer too much by being shorter, because all you're trying to do is make sure that you fit the stomps in, as well as a Fist of Fury or two, and some Rising Sun kicks and Whirling Dragon Punch, right? You don't need the extended period anymore. It's really not as valuable. So this is a big shift. We switched to Spiritual Focus. As well as this, a talent that's been dropped off is Obsidian Spiral. Obsidian Spiral was kind of a staple in single target and in AoE. Previously to the changes. The main reason this has dropped off is because 1, our Zenith window is shorter, and 2, you're essentially replacing Blackout Kick during Zenith windows with the Zenith Stomp, right? So Zenith Stomp is now your pseudo replacement for Blackout Kick. Like, that's the best way to think of when should I press Zenith Stomp? Well, it's basically essentially when you would have pressed Blackout Kick to, reduce the cooldown of Fist of Fury Rising Sun Kick, but also generate some chi. Now you just replace it with Zenith Stomp, because that does a ton of damage, and it generates chi. And then finally, for single target, it's dropping Memory of the Monastery, or Inner Peace. And this just allows like a better flow in playstyle outside of Zenith. Like, Memory of the Monastery isn't actually that good of a talent, right? You'd be surprised how low the chances of getting a Blackout Kick proc through this. I know it says it's increased by 75%, but 75% of, like, barely anything is still barely anything. So Memory of the Monastery was never actually that good, but it kind of fit into how things worked with Blackout Kick and stuff. So then when you look at the single target talents now, you can see the switch is here, right? So we've dropped that, we've dropped Memory of the Monastery, but then you're essentially dropping Obsidian Spiral for Universal Energy. And this was a talent that looked promising in the alpha, but was never taken at all, right? Like, in the alpha, I remember thinking about this talent and being like, this is 100% take. You're always going to take this. This was at a time when Slicing Winds was actually still something that was potentially being played, right? Because it's magic damage increase. And Windwalkers is an interesting one, where most of our damage is actually physical, bar a few exceptions, right? And one of these main exceptions was Slicing Winds, which actually does nature damage. So this, like, kind of fit into it. It's why it leads into Slicing Winds. It kind of made sense. But they nerfed this into the ground, so this talent was basically not taken. Well, now, with Zenith Stomp being so strong, you're playing shorter cooldown Zeniths so that you get more Stomps. A lot of your damage comes from Zenith Stomp, and that does nature damage. So the idea is that you want to take this to increase the Zenith Stomp. Like, when I say Zenith Stomp is pretty much the only thing that benefits from this, it is Tiger Palm physical, Blackout Kick physical, Rising Sun Kick physical, Fist of Fury physical, Whirling Dragon Punch physical, Spinning Crane Kick physical. All of our damage is physical, bar from Zenith Stomp, which is nature. I was going to say Flurry Strikes, because Flurry Strikes actually used to be nature. Oh no, they still are. Okay, they changed this. No, Flurry Strikes used to be physical, but now they're nature. That's the way around. So you do actually get a little bit of value from nature Flurry Strikes as well, through Shadow over the battlefield. Yeah, I remember that this was Shadow. It used to be Shadow, and that's why it's literally called Shadow over the battlefield. But they changed this to nature at some point, so there is a little bit of benefit to that as well. But this is mainly for your stomps, right? Like Universal Energy. So this is essentially what the single target build is going to look like. And those are kind of the reasons why. So then we'll look at AoE as well, which is essentially the same thing. So this is what the previous AoE looked like, right? And you can kind of see similar talents here. Drinking Horn Cover was taken for AoE. Obsidian Spiral was taken for AoE. But then, if we go to the new AoE build, we've lost Obsidian Spiral, and then we've also switched out for, Spiritual Focus. So the main core of the AoE build stays the same, except for a few changes. And that's obviously switching Obsidian Spiral for more, more Stomp damage through Universal Energy. switching in Spiritual Focus so that during like a Mythic Plus dungeon and whatnot, or even AoE raid fights, you have more Zeniths. So more stomps, more damage. We're happy. And then another big change for AoE specifically, you can do this for single target, but it's like such a minor difference that it's probably easier to make the rotation more simple by sticking to echoing techniques. But in AoE, you really want to switch to Revolving Whirl. And the reason for this is Revolving Whirl makes it so that when you do Whirling Dragon Punch or Strike of the Windlord, but it's going to be Whirling Dragon Punch because that's what we run, you essentially have the 100% chance to activate Dance of the Chi-Ji, right? Dance of Chi-Ji, I always get that wrong, I always call it Dance of the Chi-Ji. And the benefit to this is that means you get a lot more free spinning crane kicks, which now work with Zoon's battle gear, which means that you can actually use spinning crane kick as a way to reduce Fist of Fury's cooldown, which kind of plays into the gimmick that we've been playing through for the entire season so far. The gimmick of essentially reducing Fist of Fury as fast as possible to get more Fist of Furies out. That is the entire, that's the entire like deal with the gameplay at the moment. But then it's not a downside because you then take Sequence Strikes, and we always took this anyway, so that we get to Rushing Wind Kick, and Sequence Strikes makes it so that when you consume Dance of Chi-Ji, you gain a Blackout Kick effect anyway, which then allows you to, proc Rushing Wind Kick. So the only difference between these two is that this one just gives you an extra spinning crane kick for free, before you then get the Blackout Kick. So this is why it's playable in single target as well, because there's no real downside to doing this, except you have one extra button you get to press, and like hitting one target isn't really going to be much of like a cooldown reduction to it. But in AoE, this is really, really useful, because a lot of the time you are hitting multiple targets, which means you're actually ending up, reducing it by up to 2.5 seconds, like pretty much every time you cast it, unless you're on a boss. So this is kind of like the baseline AoE build now. And then if we look at the Raid Cleave build, surprise, surprise, is the exact same. And this is similar to before 0.5, right? Where the Raid Cleave build, which is any boss that has ads, I think is the best way to describe it. So Imperator has ad spawns, you play this build. Veracious has ad spawns, you play this build. I'd say Salad Bar Mythic, you play this. Paladins, you're going to play this. Illyria is a tough one. Illyria is tough because it's only ads in the first phase, and you probably want boss damage, so I'd actually more lean towards single target for that sort of boss. And Lure as well. It depends what your goal is. If your goal is to pad on those bosses, then sure, you'd go the AoE build. But like maybe if you're progging them, it makes more sense to go single target. But there's a bunch of situations where you do go this AoE Raid Cleave build, which is the exact same as just our AoE build. So it at least simplifies things a bit there, where like a lot of the talent builds are the same. So really there's like 2 talent builds that can have a little bit of like variety to them. The one thing I will mention is that for these builds, you do take Energy Burst, but I actually don't think it's a bad idea to take Brawler's Intensity. Like Energy Burst is okay, but I don't know if you necessarily actually need to generate 1 chi when you proc Blackout Kick, like especially during Zenith. During Zenith, absolutely not. Outside of Zenith, it can be useful to get the extra chi every time you get the Blackout Kick effect, and you are going to get it a fair bit of the time because you're getting the free Dance of Chi-Jis, and then you're also getting it through Revolving Whirl when you're in AoE. But I think these 2 talents can be interchangeable, but realistically they're not going to change. They're pretty much not going to change anything when it comes to like how much damage you're actually doing. You're not going to take this and then end up, getting rank 1 pass compared to this. Like they're interchangeable, but one just reduces Rising Sun Kick's cooldown by a second, and the other just makes it so you get chi back. So it really depends what you value more, right? Having a bit more resource generation outside of Zenith, or getting more Rising Sun Kicks throughout a fight to reduce the cooldown of Fist of Fury. So that's talents, really. That's kind of how our talent pages have changed and stuff like that. So it's not like massive changes, but this is kind of like the method to the madness of why have we switched to Spiritual Focus, why are we now taking Universal Energy, that sort of jazz. So now I want to get to like kind of like the real thoughts I had about like what is Windwalker, what is our damage profile?
Noem_wow is now following.
Because our damage profile is a bit like been up in the air since the start of the season. Like we started off being like really, really good at priority target damage, and then they made some changes. And then it was like, okay, we're pretty mid at boss damage, we're pretty mid at AoE. Our burst isn't actually that good as first anticipated. What do they want Windwalker to be? Well, we have some like sort of baselines now. Now, don't take this to heart. It's only been 2 days. This is just more like a reference thing and an easy way for me to like help visualize what I'm trying to say. So this is our damage in the raid at the moment. Like obviously, only 2 days, right? But you can see like compared to previously, let's go to 12.0.5. Windwalker's risen quite a lot. We're not going to look at other specs or compare it to other specs and stuff. But why has Windwalker jumped so high on like in average on these? Well, as I said, it comes down to ad spawns and burst AoE, right? Our burst AoE in a short period of time, not like extended periods of time. Our burst AoE is absolutely insane. If you've played Windwalker since the changes, you'll notice this as well. When you're in like a Zenith on pull or Zenith like just at any point really, and you're getting Fist of Fury and triple Zenith stomps out, like your absolute burst is insane. The issue here though is when you actually look at where this damage is coming from, right? So this is all bosses. I'm going to use the best example is Veil Gore and Ezrak, right? Windwalker second best, or like really high up on this boss. But then you have a look at damage to the actual bosses itself. Actually, we're kind of mid. We're not actually that good on this boss. All the damage is coming from the ad spawns, and the ad spawns for this boss spawn intermittently. 1-minute cooldowns are really good for this, and they get nuked down by everybody. So having real short periods of high burst is really, really good. Well, what does Windwalker now have as these changes are in? Really, really good high burst. The same can be said for Imperator Aversian, right? Damage to bosses, Windwalker is one of the worst specs at damaging this boss. Like actual boss damage, we contribute the absolute like pinnacle, like worst thing ever. Let's have a look at the damage, overall. No shit, we're at the top. What do you mean we're at the top? It's because our cooldowns already lined up really well with this boss. But now, once again, ads spawn on this boss. They do get nuked down a bit slower than the orbs on dragons. But Windwalker can just go into Zenith, Fist of Fury, stomp, ads are dead in roughly that period of time, and you are just top passing. So, like, I'm not going to put an opinion on if I think this is good or bad, but it's more that it feels like we have become a pad spec again. Like, my best way of describing this is if you have a look at Soulbinder and Nazindri from Maniforge Omega, right? It's the exact same thing. When we had Crackling Jade Lightning, like when it chained to multiple targets, this was Windwalker's damage profile on this boss, right? And then you actually looked at its damage to the boss, and it was down at the bottom. All the damage comes from hitting ads. I'm not saying like killing ads isn't like ads need to die, right? Like I'm a certified grade A padder, right? Don't get me wrong. I love padding on ads and stuff. But it felt like maybe they were trying to push us into a different direction at the start of this tier. Like they removed the Crackling Jade Lightning thing, right? That was like that felt like they were trying to move us away from the sort of like AoE pad insta burst damage. But now they've kind of moved us back into that with Zenith Stomps. So it just feels like it's like what is our actual goal for the spec? Don't get me wrong, I love padding. I will pad any boss, anytime, any day of the week. And get the top numbers good, big numbers, me happy. But for like the health of the spec, like a lot of people like, well, I didn't think this was very healthy because the issue is when you're actually proccing bosses and stuff, you don't want people that are going to pad on the ads. You need players or specs that can deal damage to bosses. And I'm not saying that we were good at dealing damage before this, right? If we look at our damage overall before this, we were pretty middle of the pack, right? This is before the changes. So like we were nothing special or anything like that. But now it's like kind of gone a little bit more extreme, right? Because with the changes to Fist of Fury and our damage coming from our Zenith Stomp, our Zenith Stomp windows, we've lost a lot of that damage outside of Zenith, which is usually the time that you're actually hitting the boss, right? And then you're saving Zenith for the ad sets and stuff like that, so you can actually absolutely slam dunk them. So I feel like we've kind of gone back to exactly where we were at the end of the War Within, in a way. Like I don't know if this is good or bad, but it's definitely a it's definitely a damage profile, right? In Mythic Plus, I don't think this is too much of an issue because the benefit to Mythic Plus is a lot of it is ads, right? And you do want specs that are good at hitting, like are able to cleave down big packs of ads. Zenith on such a short cooldown means that we have our cooldowns essentially up all the time for every single ad pack. The only time that Windwalker is probably going to be relatively weak in an M+ dungeon is on bosses. And this might, like, we're talking about damage here, we're not talking about survivability or anything like that, but like on actual single target bosses in an M+, that's where you're gonna like kind of suffer a little bit. And kind of, but on like trash packs and stuff, we'll be really good. So like M+ is a different thing. So like obviously this is early days, but I just wanted to use this as like a visualizer, if that kind of makes sense. Like what is our purpose? Let's have a, like, Veracious is a good example, right, of like where are you in the actual grand scheme of things, and we're still about mid, right? Because realistically, although this summons ads, it is basically a single target fight though, and you're not on this boss. You don't actually really save cooldowns for the ads because it's really awkward to hit all the ads because they're being targeted by players and pushed to the wall and stuff like that. So this is kind of like a good representation, but once again, we're middle of the pack. And then when you think about like certain specs are actually quite buggy at the moment, like Unholy Death Knight is doing like 15% less damage than it should be because of bugs and stuff. Well, then you get pushed down a little bit and stuff like that. So that's just kind of my thoughts on things like, are we okay going back to the pad version of Windwalker? Because my only concern is that you go into the next tier and this is the state you're in. And like it looks good on paper, like it always looks good to like do tons of damage, but when like you're actually, it's like, what's my actual contribution towards this boss? Am I going to be taken? Like, you want specs that can do decent AoE and decent damage, not amazing AoE burst and like really bad boss damage. Are my only thoughts on it. But don't get me wrong, I really enjoy the Stomp gameplay. I just think it maybe needs a little bit of balancing. The big issue is that they've taken away a lot of the power from Fist of Fury. And when Fist of Fury is all of our damage, now with Zenith Stomp, but now when you're outside of your Zenith Stomp periods and suddenly now Fist of Fury is weaker, you're not doing as much damage, right, to the bosses. So this is my only thoughts. I know I like spieled on it. I haven't looked at chat at all. I just wanted to kind of start off with like a sort of like my sort of take on things. So I actually really enjoy Zenith Stomp. I didn't think I would. I thought it'd be a little bit cringe. But actually playing an M+ and stuff, it does feel good. But I wanted to like kind of highlight some of the maybe innate issues with it, right? Like it is Windwalker's going to look really good on logs and stuff, the bosses, but when you actually deep dive into it, it's a little bit like because those ads on the dragons, they're gonna die anyway. Like you don't like Windwalker taking all the damage on them, it ain't gonna make or break your kill, right? You know what I mean? And then the concern is if you go into the next season and that's the same situation, then we have a Maniforge and Mega situation on our hands again. So yeah, those are just kind of like my little thoughts and stuff. But it's fun to play. I like it more than I thought I would. No, exactly. I like it more than I thought I would as well. Like, I don't think adding the extra spinning crane kicks to the rotation feel clunky or anything. It kind of fits in well. I think the period of Zenith feels funny, though. The fact that you essentially just completely disregard your resources during Zenith now. Like, previously, like, you kind of could disregard them a little bit. But right now, like, you're pretty much maxed on energy and maxed on chi throughout your each Zenith period. Like, you're never not getting your buttons pressed. But it feels weird not to like manage resources during that because you're just so flooded with them. Do I send Zenith on cooldown on Raid Mythic? I know your logs aren't available, but I'm terrible at looking at it. I haven't played. I haven't done any Mythic this week. We're not raiding till Sunday, so things change, but usually no. These are like previous logs or previous timelines, I suppose. I don't actually send things on cooldown. Usually you want to wait for certain moments to send them, right? So Imperator of Vision's like I suppose a good example of this, where I'll send a Zenith on pull, and then I won't send another one till 1:03, and then I won't send one till 2:23, 4:11, and this essentially is just, it lines up with the ads. So this is like when I'd actually send like my Zeniths during this sort of fight. This might change a little bit now. We're playing 1 minute, so this was before 0.5. Veracious, I think, is the only boss I actually do send on cooldown, more or less. These are DK timers. No, they're not. The Windwalkers, they got Zenith. Berasius, I think I sent on cooldown. Dragons, I definitely don't send on cooldown. Dragons, you do try to line up with the orbs because, of course, you do. Why wouldn't you? Like, you know, of course I'm gonna pad on the ads. Come on. But to answer your question, no, it's not. No, I don't just send on cooldown. Usually, like, I try to always save Zenith for a moment when you're gonna get the most value from your high damage cooldowns, which generally ends up being in situations when you have the most targets to hit. Like Paladins, for example, I wouldn't send on cooldown. Paladins, the best time to send your cooldowns is when they're stacked as 3. So like your cooldowns may come back on that boss when there's 2 of them. But every so often they pack up into a 3, like intermittently throughout the fight before your tank pulls one out again. And that's generally like the best time to send cooldowns, right? Because there's 1 extra target, so your cooldowns are going to do more damage. So that's kind of the idea behind that. So no, it's not just a send on cooldown sort of thing. But it might be a little bit different now that we're playing 1-minute Zenith, because the last thing you ever really want to do is double stack Zenith charges. Basically, not ever have this on cooldown. That's kind of not good. There might be like 1 or 2 situations where you actually do that. Great example of that's Baloran. Baloran, you do double charge Zenith, but that's because it is the most degenerate playstyle you'll ever do. Anyone that's progged that or is progging that boss, it is the most cringe thing. Because for that boss, you essentially... I don't know if you still do this, but you definitely had to before the changes. But you had to puzzle box... You played Conduit, and I think you still do play Conduit. You popped puzzle box and you popped Zuin before you even pulled the boss, right? So, because the push for that boss is at about 1 minute 50-ish, give or take. Like, that's when you go into the egg phase, right? So,
Kellenid is now
to line up your cooldowns with 1 minute 50, you either have to not pop on pull, or you have to pop roughly 10 or so seconds before you've even pulled the boss. And the optimal thing to do is pop 10 seconds before you pull the boss so that you at least get a little bit of your cooldowns on pull. So you'd essentially, to play that boss, you'd pop Puzzle Box, you'd pop Zuin before you pull the boss, pop Zenith on the boss, and then you would use no cooldowns until you get to the egg phase, and then just go absolutely ham with like your massively stacked Tiger Eye Brew. It's a very weird fight, because that's kind of your entire goal is to pump the egg. I don't know how good Windwalker's going to be at actually doing Baloran now. I still think it'll be decent, but I don't know if it's like... I don't know if it's required to have a Windwalker anymore. Because like a big appeal to it was the fact that you had the previous 20 stacks of Tiger Eye Brew, which means you had an extra 20% crit during that egg phase. Well, we've lost 20% crit on that egg phase. I still think Conduit will be good, but it won't be as strong as it was. Obviously, with item level and raid buffs and stuff, it will surpass the damage probably that it was doing previously. But generally speaking, I don't think it's as strong. I haven't pulled it since, so I don't actually know, and I haven't looked at any logs of anyone that has. Maybe it's still okay, but it's definitely weaker, for sure. Except Baloran, is there a place where we can play Conduit? The issue is Conduit suffered a lot. Like, although Shadowpan, you can argue, is about the same in single target, and potentially a little bit stronger in AoE, actually. Well, if raid logs show you anything, you think it's like the best AoE in the game right now. It's more that it's super flexible with 1 minute cooldowns and has huge burst. But generally speaking, it's pretty samey in AoE, especially in like M+, like it kind of balances itself out. The issue with Conduit is pretty much what I was saying for Baloran, right? Conduit really like Conduit you can play like 2 minutes, and when you play it as 2 minutes, you can really benefit from stacking up Tiger Eye Brew a lot. This was before the patch. But now, because they nerfed how much like you gain for Tiger Eye Brew, you get nowhere near as much value from like a 20 stack. Like a 20 stack last week, or like even 2 days ago, was 20% more crit than it is now. And Conduit really liked that. As well as that, Conduit is extremely like high APM during its cooldowns. Like Shadowpan in comparison is not very high APM during its cooldowns, but Conduit, like, you know, you've got your like 0.5 second Fist of Furies, And they're resetting all the time with Rising Sun Kicks and Whirling Dragon Punch and your Heart of the Jade Serpent window. These cooldowns are super reduced. And then you're trying to fit in Zenith Stomps as well. It's actually quite difficult, especially if you've got like a Lust, PI, whatever. You are going to struggle so much. So it's a lot more difficult to actually pull it off. In terms of like bosses where you can actually play it, I don't know. Shadowpan just kind of does it. Shadowpan's just much stronger. Like you just wouldn't run Conduit and M+. It's just not good enough. Like at the start of the tier, I thought there was maybe an argument for running it on Saladar. But even then, it just kind of doesn't work, because the timings of this just don't line up. I think if Saladar went to its amp phase at 2 minutes, maybe. But on top of this, on Mythic Saladar, he actually summons a lot of ads now, and Conduit ain't that great with ads. So to answer your question, realistically, no. But on the other hand, you can play Conduit on any boss if you really want to, right? Like you can rock up to raid and play Conduit. You just need to be aware that you're probably not going to do as much as a Shadowpan. It's the same way as it was in Season 2 of The War Within, right? Conduit was way ahead. You could easily play Shadowpan. Shadowpan wasn't bad, but you would just perform better on Conduit. Conduit's so much fun, in my opinion. Yeah, Conduit is fun. The playstyle, like the mini burst windows, high burst, high APM. I mean, back when it like actually became like really big in The War Within Season 2, it was so much to play. So much fun to play. It was basically the only hero talent I played. It fell off a little bit in Season 3, and now it's dropped off even further in Midnight, unfortunately. Hopefully it gets kind of a resurgence. Like, the best case scenario is that they're on par with each other, but I say that, and at the start of this season, they were practically on par with each other, but fights just suited Shadowpan better. Because Shadowpan just has flexibility that Conduit doesn't. Conduit is a very rigid in how it sends cooldowns. Like Conduit is at heart a 1 minute 30 or 2 minute spec, and there's no real flexibility in that. Whereas Shadowpan has a lot more flexibility. Although in theory it is a 1 minute or 1 minute 20 spec, you're not really punished for delaying your cooldowns with Zenith, right? Like, if you're playing 1 minute 20 Zenith, and then you send out your cooldowns at 1 minute 40 or something, you're not punished throughout like the encounter. Whereas with Conduit, a lot of the time you can actually be, because if you want to send out a Conduit at like 1 minute 50 in the fight and you're playing 1 minute 30, well, you've delayed that Conduit for later on, and you've kind of like screwed yourself, because you're relying on the Zuin cooldown. It's not just the flexibility of the Zenith cooldown, whereas Shadowpan just relies on this flexible cooldown. So I think that's like one of the main hindrances, or one of the bad things about Conduit right now, is how it's very rigid in its damage profile. What's your take on dual wield versus two-hander? Is there a big difference? It's not a massive difference. I think it's roughly like 1-ish%, like around 1%, I think. In two-handers' favor, it's just that two-handers just scale better. Like, you could ask me how they scale better, and my answer would be, I have no idea. Like, that's the sort of stuff I just don't understand. Like, why does it scale better? Who knows? Because that's how Blizzard coded it to be. But usually it happens further into an expansion. Like, usually around Season 2, or even Season 3, that's when two-handers start to take a head. Like in The War Within Season 1, one-handers were better, and then Season 2 onwards, it was two-handers that were just better. This season, it's just two-handers just scale better earlier, just to do with like item level and how much damage they actually just, give. There's no like real easy way for me to explain it. So ideally you do want a two-hander. It's why you'll see most Windwalkers on logs and stuff running two-handers. It's why I have a two-hander. Is there a chance to get your UI? It looks clean, and I'm new to Windwalker. Yeah, you can do !UI, and it will take you to a video that goes through how to set up your UI like mine. I crafted a one-hander way back, and I just chose not to use sparks for a two-hander since nothing dropped me, even with bonus rolls, so my goal would be to eventually swap it out to a mythic track two-hander. Yeah, I think the best goal right now for everyone when it comes to, well, not everyone, but I'll tell you what my goal is when it comes to bonus rolls and what I'm looking for gear. Right now, I need the puzzle box on mythic, so I'm going to go to Alcathar's Academy, and I'm going to bonus roll for this. Even though everything else in this dungeon is absolutely awful. The puzzle box on Mythic Tracker is just my biggest upgrade, and it's not even close. So this is my number one priority. Once I've managed to get this, my goal is to then get a good two-hander weapon. A lot of people are heading to Mazara Caverns to try and get the Traitor's Talon. I think this is a good option. But then there's also Skyreach, which has essentially like kind of almost the same weapon in it. But the reason I'm probably also going to go to Mazara is because it's got things like a head, it's got shoulders in it, which are good to catalyze and have on Mythic Track with bonus rolls. The main reason I particularly want a two-hander weapon that isn't crafted is because in a few weeks we're going to get the option to upgrade like a piece of gear to, I don't know what it's called, it's like Void Form or something. And that puts up to, I want to say 298, 295, 298. So, whereas a crafted piece can only go up to, it's like a few levels underneath it. So I want to say 295 for crafted, 298 for non-crafted, something like that. So the goal is going to be to try to use bonus rolls to get a good two-hander weapon. So then that's what I can then void craft or void form. I don't even know what it's called. Basically buff into my main big weapon. But there is still time to do that, right? So we get 2 bonus rolls a week. If you get unlucky in your vault, you can actually get an extra bonus roll. So that's always useful. So you'll get anywhere between 8 to 12? 11 or 12, like, bonus rolls. Which means by the time the void form thing comes in, or whatever it is, in a few weeks, you can 100% have got the Alcathar's puzzle box, even if you're the most unlucky person in the world, because there's only 7 items in this dungeon, and you can't get duplicates anymore. They fixed that yesterday. Thank you, Blizzard. So in, like, the most awful situation, it takes me 7 rolls to get the puzzle box here, and then maybe I go to the cabins, and I have to get, like 4. Like the odds are high. The odds are good that I get a two-hander weapon. Maybe if I'm super desperate, I'll go Skyreach. But it's probably no better. Maybe there's like 1 less item in here, so maybe the odds are a bit better. It's about the same actually in it. Is there a reason why the puzzle box drops so much in Sims for Blood Mallet? Yeah, it's because Blood Mallet is using kind of like an outdated profile. You definitely still want to run puzzle box. It's kind of the same for Dungeon Slice, which is how people will sim their AoEs. I've had someone was saying yesterday that they did a like AoE sim on raid bots, which you would use Dungeon Slice for, and it was showing them to drop puzzle box for a plume, for instance, which is pretty much identical to what Blood Mallet is showing. It's just it's kind of like using like outdated builds, because Blood Mallet can take a little bit of time to actually get the current builds and stuff like that. So right now, do not use Blood Mallet. Like, do not get rid of your puzzle box. You need this. It is still this. Realistically, right now, I would do gears. If you like actually want to do like gear sims and stuff, I would just do single target 5 minutes to get like the best idea for your actual build right now, because I think some of the APL needs to catch up a little bit. I got ring and cloak for my 2 bonus rolls in AA. Oh god. The ring's not bad, actually. The cloak is horrendous. I feel for you. The ring's okay. The issue I have at the moment, so I was doing some sims last night. I'm in like this awful position where right now my crit is 889 and my haste is 761. However, if I use a flask, it puts haste above it. But the issue is that these two are so close right now that the sims absolutely hate me having more crit than haste. So I have this really cool ring. I have the ring from Baloran on Mythic 4 out of 6, but it gives so much crit, that there's no world that I can ever equip this over one of my 2 rings at the moment. So I just have this massive
Reef
ring
Ferry
that's just
is
sat
now
in my
following.
bag doing nothing. Because it just gives me too much crit, and I've tried to like find ways to balance it out, but it's too much that because these 2 are so close that there's no like real optimal balance for it. So that's kind of fun. Yeah, I like
Toxic
having
Tea is
gear that
now
I can't
following.
use. Hello, is the new update good for Windwalker or no? I think it is actually good. I think it's going to get some used to. I think it's good in the sense that it has potential, but I do actually think it's kind of bad that it's kind of transformed as a bit more into more of a paddy spec. Because I thought they were kind of going away from that. Like, especially with like a lot of removals of certain talents in the War Within, it seemed that they were definitely trying to put as like, although they put all of our damage into Fist of Fury is still pretty strong as single target, and there are ways of like balancing that and tweaking that to make it so that your boss damage and your AoE damage can actually be pretty good, and not like have like not super like jarring. But now with the changes to Zenith Stomp, although it's really fun to press and it feels like good numbers, big numbers make me happy, and dopamine, it probably is a negative because it pushes Windwalker back into this sort of pad sort of spec again. That has the illusion of doing like really good damage. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think Conduit's in shambles though. Also that I think Conduit needs Jesus. Like Conduit needs something to help it because that thing is struggling. Oh, with the cloak, I just used a catalyst on it. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. That's actually exactly what I did with my cloak. Yeah, smart. That is a good thing. I like the system they added with the Dawnlight mana fluxes. Because it always like it does genuinely suck to get a piece of gear and it's like you look at it and it's got versatility on it. You're like, why God? This is probably one of my favorite features they've added. Although sometimes it can take absolute ages to get these things, just having the flexibility to catalyze like literally anything is very nice. Probably, yeah, this is a W. Is embellishment still that strong that you need 2 crafted items with embellishments? Yeah, embellishments are good enough that you do need you do want 2 crafted. I think it's going to end up being something like because once we have like enough crafts, right, which is probably about now, I'll be real. Like I have 2 crafts. How many sparks have I sent? 4 sparks for this, 2 for this, and I have 3 in my bag. Quick math is hard. It more or less 10 sparks. Next week maybe 10 sparks, something like that. So that's the equivalent of 5 crafts, right? So there is a lot you can do with crafting now that we're further into it. I think the ideal thing is always going to be like, because eventually you want to get rid of your crafted weapon. You're going to want to, like as I said previously, you are going to want a 2-hander on Mythic Track that then you can Void Forge into the highest item level in a couple of weeks. So eventually you're going to drop Hunt if you're running Hunt, like I am. And lower worship band's probably still going to be the best one. And it's going to come down to Sims, but it'll probably likely either be like, I mean, it could be any piece, right? It's hard to say, but it's the embellishment that's going to matter, and it's going to either be the Arcano Weave or it's going to be the I forget what it's called. It's like the Kaleidoscope Prism or something. It's the one that increases your gem power, which doesn't actually increase your gem power. It's a little bit misleading what it actually does. What it actually does is it increases the power of your lowest worshipper's band.
Case Dip is now following.
And that's why it's likely that oh, my gear just turned green. Let me just pick any piece. Shoulders.
Etlet is now following.
It is the bandolier. So it's going to either end up being like bandolier with a lowest worshipper band, or it's going to be low worshipper band with like Arcano Weave, but it's just going to come down to Sims. I wouldn't be surprised if it's bandolier though, because buffing this ring makes sense when you are running this ring. But eventually I wouldn't be like, eventually we are just going to drop Hunt for a high item level weapon with like BIS stats on it. It will just sim better because item level. I don't like the latest change. It feels weird to play, as it also I miss my massive killer burst. Oh, that's interesting because I'd argue that the burst is even higher now. Like I would genuinely consider Windwalker a pad spec. Maybe it's less like maybe it's less so like that in Mythic Plus because you do your high burst damage and then the pack is generally still alive and then you kind of come out of cooldowns. In Raid, for instance, usually ads don't spend a lot of time up, like 5 to 10 seconds for like small trash packs and stuff like that in a boss fight. So I'd argue our like actual burst damage is so high right now. I don't know if it's the highest in the game, but if logs are any indication, it is probably one of the highest AoE burst specs in the game. Probably maybe Devourer. Devourer might be better, but I've heard they're bugged. Not that Windwalker isn't bugged, we're also bugged, but low-key I like the bug that we have, so let's keep that to ourselves. Like low-key, the fact that Stomp doesn't break Mastery, it's kind of busted. I think if they make, which they probably will because it makes sense, when they make Stomp part of our Mastery, you will see Windwalker's damage actually drop on the damage meters. Because what people I'll tell you exactly what people are doing, right? To get this pad damage. Here's my tip for you. You want a rank 1 pass? Here's my rank 1 pass tip. The ads spawn on a boss like the Dragons or Imperator Aversion. What people are doing is the moment those ads spawn, they will Zenith into a Fist of Fury instantly, double stomp. Alternatively, they will literally Zenith, stomp, stomp, Fist of Fury if the ads die that quickly. Basically, the idea is you need to get all 3 stomps out whilst those ads are alive. And because the stomps don't break Mastery right now, back-to-back stomping is exactly what people are doing. Like, I haven't even looked at their logs, I just know. I can tell you that is exactly what they're doing. But the order of the stomps might differ. It might be that they Fist of Fury first and then stomp stomp, but likely that if the ads are short live, like super short, like 5 seconds or so, it might just be stomp, stomp, fist. But how you'd actually play it once it becomes part of our mastery is you play it normally, where you'd press Zenith, Fist of Fury, Rising Sun Kick, Whirling Dragon Punch, Stomp, something else, Stomp, most likely. Something like that sort of order is how, like on single target, you basically kind of play it the same as on single target. Or potentially, there might still be a way to pad actually if they make it part of our mastery. You might instead, I don't know if the initial stomp would break mastery of the second stomp because you're technically pressing Zenith. So potentially, once they make it part of our mastery, it might be Zenith, Zenith Stomp, Fist of Fury, Zenith Stomp, or potentially something like Zenith, Fist of Fury, Zenith Stomp, Rising Sun Kick, Zenith. Basically, this is all just theory crafting for padding. Don't worry about it too much, man. how can I pad the most? Yeah, we're a pad spec now. Nice. Fist of Fury, orbs die before Fist of Fury is fully channeled. Okay, so it is Zenith Stomp Stomp. But then I think like Imperator Aversion is probably, it's probably the same thing actually. Zenith Stomp Stomp Fists. Oh my god, it's disgusting. Alright, so what we're doing today, I managed to get my bonus rolls, so we're going to go into the Academy. And we're going to try bonus roll real quickly a puzzle box. I get decline from 10s. That's always nice.
Khalil1701 is now following.
That's crazy, by the way. Appreciate all the follows, by the way, my dudes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. Getting declined from Algothar Academy 10s. Okay. Okay, we're gonna... I need Bloodlust Fit as well, actually.
Aerosha
That's what
is
I'm
now
missing out
following.
on. There are not many groups today. Makes sense, it's like a Thursday afternoon. I'm here for the stomping. I'm here for the stomping as well. I'm so new to WoW, I don't know what pad even means, but still enjoy the spec. The definition of pad is generally doing damage to like mobs and targets that spawn during like a boss fight, right? So like the entire point of a boss fight is to do the most damage to the boss and down the boss. padding is usually when like trash mobs spawn on a boss, which is a lot this tier, and then people will go out their way to save their cooldowns and do as much damage to those so that their damage goes highest. If that makes sense on like the damage, like the damage bars. Basically doing as much damage to those ads and like not as much damage to the boss, but it still looks like you're doing the most because you're nuking down the ads. Is the idea of what padding is. And there's like the debate of is padding ethical? I mean the ad's got to die, you know. It's ethical padding. It's usually looked down on. Usually looked down on. Oh my god, that looks spicy. A plus 10, let's... Ah, it's a plus 10, get me in. Oh, wait, no, maybe this one. Imagine not getting invited to a plus 10 Algothar Academy. They don't even know that I've downed the last boss of the tier. I hate this. I hate this game so much. Joke's on me. I play the green spec. Just put Hall of Fame in the note? No, no, I'm not going to do that. To be fair, my Mythic Plus score is not great. Like, my Mythic Plus score is not good. It's that issue, though, of you have to have score to get score. Because obviously I was focusing all on raiding. I neglected Mythic Plus a lot, so now most people are higher score than me. So when you've got an application of like 50 DPS trying to get into a key, well, you ain't gonna take me. Imagine trying to get into a 10 with less than 3.5k score. It's real. It's actually a struggle. What do I think about the Apex change with Tiger? I being basically being Chi now. I like it. I think it's better. You definitely generate stacks better. But there's still issues with it, right? Because the ideal amount of stacks to send Zenith out now is 20. In Raid, I don't think it's that bad. In Raid, I think it's very reasonable to get to about 20 stacks every minute playing Spiritual Focus. It's Mythic Plus where this really becomes a bit of an issue. And it comes down mostly to the fact that there's a lot of downtime in between pulls. Algothar Academy is going to be a great example of this because when you down certain like bosses and stuff, you've got to run to the next pack and that can take up to like 10-15 seconds. Well, that's 10 or 15 seconds. I'm not generating stacks, but my Zenith is on cooldown, right? My Zenith is generating its cooldown, and so it's better to not overcap my Zenith but send it on less stacks than it is to overcap my Zenith and always send it on 20. So it just means that you end up sending like a lot more Zeniths with like less stacks, which means they're like not as strong as they could be. But that's just how it is. That would be the exact same if it was time based though. Like, I think that's just a flaw in the.
Hoxton is now following.
That's just a flaw in the design as a whole. In Raid, fine. In Raid, very manageable, very doable. In M+, it becomes noticeable. First
Hitler
pull and
just
first boss in here
subscribed.
feels so nice with Xenostomps. Watch me completely screw this up and get one shot or die or something. Oh, it's going to be cinema. This is how you fail to do the first pull in this dungeon. Like, instantly ripping aggro, getting one shot, and then doing the walk of shame. what do I think about the survivability of Windwalker? It could be better. I kind of like had a little, not a rant, but like a bit of a spiel on it yesterday. But I feel like we in terms of like actual raw survivability, nothing's changed that much from the War Within. The only thing is that we lost diffuse magic, really. Like there were some slight tweaks here and there to like, vivify and stuff like that, sure. Like actual raw survivability didn't change that much. In fact, they kind of slightly buffed it a little bit. They tweaked it a little bit. It's the fact that when your spec loses one defensive that you actually notice how made of paper you actually are. That's kind of crazy, right? I mean, the stats speak for themselves, right? Windwalker is one of the highest dying specs in the raid. High keys, I hear a lot of people saying that Windwalker's just made of paper. I haven't experienced it myself at high keys because I'm doing 10s, lol. But it's a big struggle. And then obviously I played DK this tier. I played DK this tier, and that gave me a massive perspective on the survivability of some of the more tankier specs, the ones that and it's night and day. You can genuinely feel a difference. So I don't know. I just don't know how they address it. Because like Windwalker could be rank 1 damage, but if it dies to pretty much everything outside of defensives, you still don't bring it to the MDI. They probably would actually. they probably would. But you get what I'm trying to say, right? Like it can do as much damage as it wants, but you can't do damage if you're dead. I run with a Windwalker pretty often, and I keep Chikakuun on them on cooldown. I had someone do that to me yesterday. They literally Chikakuuned me before I even took damage. It was... oh my god. It was so patronizing. But I completely get it. Like, the mechanic hadn't even come in, and they hit me with a Chikakuun, and I was like, okay. Okay. Also, thank you for the sub, FLRDK. Appreciate that. Thank you. You're very kind. Alright, so anyone that's just joined or watching, we're not doing 10s because I love doing plus 10s. We're basically trying to use our bonus rolls to get the puzzle box. That's my goal. So we'll do 2 10s and then we'll start actually trying to get some score. There was nothing that I enjoyed less than having to grind out the quest to get up to this point, having not done any of it before yesterday. I wish I knew about this beforehand. Having to do the equivalent of, like, what is it? It's 18 raid bosses / dungeons / delves. Yeah, no, not fun.
Jagweed9 is now following.
This dungeon's going to start at some point. I can feel it. Lock in. Happy to see you in M+ again. Are you ready to lose your mental? I'd like to think that I'm stronger. Stronger, better, faster. But deep down, I know I'm not. I haven't lost my mental yet, but I haven't done any challenging dungeons, so I might lose my mental if I don't get the puzzle box. That could be on the table. All right, is anyone good at statistics here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 in 7. What is that? What's my percent chance? Oh no, but then you got to take into account that it's a 1 in 7 plus a 1 in 6. Oh my god, what does that even mean? A 2... fuck it, it's 50-50. I get it or I don't. Wrists are nice. Yeah, the wrists are probably the only other thing that I wouldn't mind guessing. Either of the weapons isn't great. Because the stats aren't very nice on them. I don't need the back because I have a mythic back, so catalyzing that means nothing to me. The hands are also pretty bad because I have mythic track hands. Basically everything in here sucks. The finger as well, I don't need this. I need something that has haste.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Does changing specs narrow it down at all? No, I tried it. I'm pretty sure Brewmaster's the exact same. Because they also use Puzzle Box, and then Mistweaver can't get Puzzle Box. Is this the buff I want? I hope so. Ruh-oh. Yeah, we hit him with a triple stomp. Yeah, we hit him with another triple stomp, because no mastery. Yeah, this spec is fine. I still think my DK would have done more damage there. But somehow. Oh, that's so satisfying, though. No punishment for spamming the stomp. Crazy. Stomp, 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 stomp. Actually, though. And then because we're playing 1 minute Zenith, it's going to line up nicely for these ads. Oh, it's a glorious day. It is. You might as well just triple stomp it. It's definitely not the optimal way to play it, but when in Rome. Okay, we won't have Zenith for the next ad set, and then I don't know if we'll have another one after this. Oh, okay, this is a little bit spicy. Oh, there will be another ad set. I'll make sure of it, don't worry. It's just such absurd damage. When your stomp out damages Fist of Fury, that's when you know. And then that's genuinely like pretty much what people are doing on these raid bosses now. That's what I mean though. Like when if I could see my actual damage to the boss, it'd be nothing. Absolutely nothing. So that's what I mean when I say like raid logs are like so warped at the moment. That is genuinely what people are just doing on any boss that summons ads. And you know, the argument's always there. The ads need to die, right? Stomp, stomp, stomp. I feel like not having gaze holds me back. Yeah, gaze is very good. You do want to get a gaze eventually, for sure. Like, it's almost like recommended that if you don't have a gaze, you probably want to send bonus rolls to get a gaze, right? Like, that's how good it is. Like, the alternative is a plume. A plume is just as good, but getting a mythic plume, you know what I mean? Like getting a mythic plume or getting a mythic gaze, which one's more realistic? I'll tell you which one's more realistic, and it's not the plume. Little bit of a jump leg sweep tech there. If you don't know, if you cast jump before you cast leg sweep, your leg sweep is bigger. Don't ask me why. Just has a wider radius. Is it possible to get talent builds for AoE and single target again? I can't bring them up right now. In my Discord, I have the codes pasted in the talent page. You are on YouTube. It might be tedious, but you can go back. I bring them up near the start. I do a little bit of a spiel at the start of the stream, where I go through the talents as well. Up to you. So I think here, on like a boss like this, like, it's just worth trying to get to 20 stacks here because there's so much time to. Then holding a set of cooldowns for the damage amp. Grab a haste orb. You won't believe how long it actually took me to realize that there were haste orbs on this bosses. Genuinely embarrassingly long. I didn't understand why people did this phase first. I thought, why not just do the fire phase? It summons orbs on the floor that give you like 45% increased haste. I never picked them up. I don't even know if it did it in Dragonflight. Probably did. Promise you I never picked a single one up in Dragonflight. So now we'll puzzle box. What a messy boss. I've heard this one's really difficult at higher levels. One of like the one of the harder bosses. Did they give haste in Dragonflight too? I have no idea. Because the first time I picked up one of those haste orbs was maybe like 2 weeks ago. And as a Windwalker, I ran this dungeon a lot because puzzle box. I just don't even think I realized that those orbs, like, in my mind, I think what I was thinking was that those orbs were basically just the orbs to drop into the next goal. Oh, Lord. I'm okay. I'm not in danger. My problem is I struggle to get to 20 stacks each Zenith, but somehow my overall damage is fine. In dungeons particularly, you will struggle. Like, that's completely normal, because there's so much downtime. Even in raid, it can be difficult at times. Like, if you don't have like 100% uptime, please don't kill me. Like, if you're not able to have, like, 100% uptime for whatever reason, then you are going to struggle to get to 20 stacks per minute. So in, like, a dungeon like this, for instance, there's so much downtime in between trash packs. Like, you're moving across platforms and stuff, right? 20 stacks is not always realistic. Okay, we won't get that one. Good luck. So you can use 1 or 2 Zeniths in between collecting stacks. Yeah, in M+, I try to, like, unless I'm on, like, a boss or something, I actually don't think too much about the stacks. I think more of, like, when is the optimum time to, like, press Zenith and get the most damage out of it, is more how I see it. In a raid boss, it's going to be a little bit different. Also, I have no idea why my puzzle box glows every time I get Russian Wind Kick. I've been, like, trying to figure it out. There seems to be, like, no logical reason for it. Because, like, here, for instance, right, it's a good example. We're waiting for this boss to spawn. I'm not generating stacks, but of course my Zenith is, you know, it's still, like, recharging, right? So it's like, how realistic is it for me to actually get to 20 stacks? Also, I've got my puzzle box up, right? My puzzle box back up, because that also doesn't, like, stop its cooldown. I don't want to be holding puzzle box for too long, so my logic is to just straight farm the boss. I imagine he gets that one? Then you can see right now, I'm on a single target boss, right? So there's actually a lot more, like, flexibility in getting my 20 stacks. Because I've had constant uptime for this entire thing. So the Mythic Plus is a bit like... Mythic Plus is harder, I think, to definitely, like, guarantee 20 each time.
Is now following.
On a raid boss, it should be doable. More or less. Like, 20 stacks is super ideal. But an M+, if it's better, like, if it's the option between overcapping Zenith or not sending a Zenith on a big trash pack, well, that's just damage loss, right? Because you need Zenith for your damage, regardless of stacks.
Your Mama's Big is now following.
Oh my god, they're getting knocked off the map. Oh, please let me mount up. On higher keys, you go up to 20 stacks. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because you're in combat a lot more. So then you're able to actually keep the uptime, keep casting abilities. But basically, yeah, I think maybe it's better to say that it's downtime dependent. Like how much downtime you have will impact how capable you are of 20 stacking each time. Probably makes more sense to put it that way. Thanks again for all the follows. Bunch of you following.
Dickono_Tog
Really
is
appreciate
now
it.
following.
It wasn't me. I mean, it was 100% me, but don't tell him that.
Democrosalays is now following.
We can pretend that we weren't actually going to pull that. Oh, there's going to be a lot of damage, actually. Don't worry, pop my 2 defensives. Now I'm out of defensives. Now what do I do? Die to rot damage. Oh god, don't smash. Oop. Double ring him. I still don't quite understand this boss. I'm under the impression you want to get hit by mechanics. Although I try not to. Okay. Low-key wish I had ring for that, so I didn't have to do some weird like leg sweep jump. Because you get, every time you get hit by a mechanic, you get a stack of haste, and then you get 2 stacks. But then when you're on 2 stacks, you pop more mechanics? I definitely didn't explain that well, but... Basically, you get hit by something, you gain a stack. Once you're at 2 stacks, if it puts the big circle on you, you'll then spawn a circle. So if I get hit by this... Okay, I dodged it. Okay, I dodged it again. I'm too good at this game. I can't even get hit by something when I want to. Okay, if I get hit by this. Yeah, so now I'm on 2 stacks. It gives me a buff. But then the next time... Oh my god. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. You spawn a pool on your 3rd stack. There we go. When the boss is so chill, your tank is able to type that out for you. Okay. Okay. 1 puzzle box, please. Ooh. Statistically, it drops.
Drea is now following.
Okay. Okay. Oh, absolute aura. Oh my god, let's just... Oh, okay. Wait. Oh. Okay, I can log off for the day now. Oh, no, I don't need that. No, I got the bonus. Okay, I'll take it anyway. We got boxes and boxes. Oh, that's so funny. Oh. Well, okay. Need trinket. Oh, the box. Oh, cool. Okay, someone actually did need it. Oh, that's so funny. Has 2 whilst the rest starve. Hey. I gave it away. I gave it away. My steak's too juicy and buttery. Oh, I love that expression. It's so funny. Can I get your luck? Not seen a puzzle box since M0 days. Okay, in my defense, it took me a long time to get my first puzzle box. There's no way for me to actually prove that or show you that, but you got to take my word for it. I ran Algathars, and it just didn't drop. Okay, well this changes the game plan. The game plan was to run another one.
Enigma is now following.
Okay, so straight send that. Cool. Still 281. Wait. Yeah, that's the right one. I still have a lot of Dawn-Crest to play with. So basically my big debate this week was, am I going to craft wrists or not? But I think now I just don't. Alright, so now what are we looking for? We are looking for the Traitor's Talon, but I'll be real with you, I actually don't want that this week. So I'm going to do another 10, my other bonus roll, but I actually would prefer to get something like the head or the shoulders, because this week it makes no sense to get the two-handed weapon, because it's only a slight upgrade and I don't have another craft. So this was like a long-term goal, but now it's like almost 100% guaranteed I'll get this, because obviously I spend all my remaining bonus rolls in here, I'm guaranteed to get it, so yeah, that's kind of nice. Yeah, that's kind of good. That's winning. So what we'll do so we will do this, but the ideal situation is to get a head or a shoulders, because they'll be the highest upgrade, because I still have, what's 80 plus 50? 130, but it's not actually 130, it's 120. So I have 6 upgrades. So head or shoulders would be good. Then I can send 4 or 5 on them. And then 1 on the hands or something. That's the goal anyway. Wow, life becomes so much easier when you get the piece of loot you want. So I was like, this morning I was thinking like, okay, how many runs do I have to do in here to guarantee a puzzle box? But then I have to go to the caverns. Like, how many bonus rolls do I have to play with to guarantee getting all the pieces out? But when you just get the puzzle box first time, all those problems go away and it just sorts itself out. That's kind of nice. That's kind of cool. Oh, that's so funny. Can I link my monk and you can see my sadly luck? You can do in the Discord. I don't think you can link any links in the Twitch channel. I think I have that turned off because I don't know what people could post, but I don't want to find out. Essentially, it's so that people don't send a spam link or something. Someone presses it and then their computer gets bricked and it's my fault. But yeah, you can for sure send it in the Discord if you're in it. Alright, Misera Caverns, we'll do a 10, and then we'll fully send our upgrades this week, and then we'll go do some M+. What have I done on this dungeon? I've done a 12. Yeah, okay, I'll just do it. I'll do whatever. Anything that gets me in a group. It says Bloodlust fit. This group doesn't have Bloodlust. Okay. Good game. Also, damage breakdown. It's about the same as every dungeon, right? Fist of Fury now seems to be sat around the 35% mark, and then Zenith Stomp is usually like 18 to 21-ish. So this is generally the damage breakdown now. It goes Fist, Stomp, Flurry Strikes, and then anything underneath, who cares, right? Like, this doesn't do any damage. But it's basically the Fist of Fury damage that was over in this section, because this used to be like, basically the 30% that would have been, or 20% that would have been Fist of Furies has now just gone into Stomp. So that's how things are like kind of rebalanced with the nerf to Fists. But you can see like,
Nairaj is now following.
if Zenith Stomp is second highest on damage, and it's essentially more than half of what Fist of Fury does, but you only press it during your Zenith windows, and you only press it, like physically press it twice, it activates 3 times. You can understand why Windwalker's burst damage is just so good. Like, our like short-term burst damage is just cracked. But it's the consistent damage that worries me a bit. Like, the actual boss damage that I'm just worried, like it's cool to have that niche, but that niche is not really... It's not great. you disagree? We think we have lower peaks and higher baseline? I don't think so. Maybe in like dungeons, right? Okay, maybe I should specify. I'm talking more about raid. But like our actual short-term burst, we're talking like 5 to 10 seconds, is absolutely ludicrous. Like maybe even like not even 10 seconds. Like I'm not talking like the whole Zenith window, right? In like a whole Zenith window, maybe the damage is probably about the same. But like when ads spawn on bosses and they only have a lifespan of like 5 to 10 seconds, that's why we shine so well in those situations. Because you hit like triple Zenith Stomp into a Fist of Fury, those ads might already be dead by the third stomp, but if each stomp's doing like million damage, it's insane. And that's why Windwalker's looking so good right now in the raid. This was my Zara. Oh, I'm only an M plus degen. Yeah, no, an M plus I actually think it's different. An M plus, I think it's about the same. Like our front loaded damage is higher, but obviously trash packs live for longer, higher keys you go. I don't even know. I don't know if we're weaker or stronger in M plus. Probably, if you do higher keys, you're probably actually better to answer that at the moment. Like my thoughts, like from looking at like boss logs and seeing how it plays, I imagine our boss damage in Mythic Plus is actually pretty bad. Like single target boss damage is probably not what helps us at all. But like you're doing AoE pull and M plus, and you're probably doing about the same damage. It's just when you do lower keys like this, it looks like we're doing insane damage, but that's because everything dies so quickly that it's only really my cooldowns. Like it benefits the short cooldown of Zenith and the huge burst, like instant burst damage, and that's why in raid Windwalker looks so good because the ads die so quickly. All that benefits the super short cooldown of Zenith, super massive high burst damage. But like if those ads live for like another 20 seconds, Windwalker would actually start going down. How'd you get the bonus rolls? So if you teleport to the void zone, I forget what it's called, but you'll know the void zone. In the main hub there's this dude. He's called Dementius? No, he's called. You'll see him. He's basically there's a quest here. Purple question mark. Purple rectangle. Jesus Christ. Purple triangle. He'll have a quest line for you. If you haven't done any of it yet, like me, you'll have to do it 6 times, and it's to kill 3 raid bosses, 3 M plus dungeons, and 3 bountiful delves. You have to do that 6 times, so the equivalent of like 18 raid bosses, mythic plus dungeons, or bountiful delves. You can mix and match though. And then he will give you a quest that gives you the bonus rolls. I forgot to press my puzzle box because I was distracted. In fact, I'm not even going to press it, I don't think. I'll press it now. But you see what I mean, right? Like, imagine this is a plus, even like a plus 15. Like, we can go crazy. Say this is a plus 18. This trash pack is probably still on half health, right? So I'm out of my cooldowns. Everyone else's damage starts catching up. But because they die, because this is like a 10 and things die so quickly, I get my double Zenith and they die about this time when I finish that. That's why it makes my damage look so good. Like, I could lie and be like, wow, I'm so good at this game. But it is padding to a degree. Not that I think padding's bad, but let's be honest. Oh god, I didn't even realize that they were there. Hit a 15, everyone else overtakes you in 50 seconds. Yeah, I believe it. It does make sense, especially like specs that ramp damage. Like Unholy DK always starts a pull and it feels like you suck, and then like once it starts ramping, it starts spawning its mages. Suddenly, it just starts just decimating. Did I update my puzzle box with a new one? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. That'd be funny if I didn't. Yeah, I did. Some strange pathing. Are we going back up? Like, I really don't want to overcap Zenith, but I also don't really want to send it on 2 ads. This might be one of those situations where I just let it stack up. It might be okay. It should be fine. Oh, it's got the are these highlighted mobs for like telling your tank what to take? Is this the new? There's a new feature in it. That's pretty cool. When you stomp so hard, suddenly everything goes orange. Yeah, doing like the triple stomp is not like the actual way to do this, but I mean, if they haven't implemented the mastery, why wouldn't you? It takes like no time to do it. Like in an ideal world, this is what you probably should do, like the stomp into fist, maybe a stomp then, maybe a stomp then, will and dragon punch, maybe slight ordering change. Probably the better way to do it, because you get Fist of Fury on cooldown, which means you like always guarantee at least 2, maybe even 3 during the Zenith. The Berserkers are going berserk. I had a macro so I could have Stomp to be more comfortable bind than my normal Zenith one. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Vanda1
I
Gaming is
think
now following.
I made a macro. Someone asked me to make a macro yesterday, and that was so that your Zenith Stomp wouldn't cancel Fist of Fury. You can do that one as well if you're worried about that. Which is essentially just the same as any other macro for like not cancelling Fist of Fury, but with Zenith Stomp. The only issue I found with making macros that include Zenith Stomp and stuff is that if you're macroing it with like another ability, you can't get the icon for Zenith Stomp. Maybe if you like do show, maybe if you make the tool, no, because you can do the double tooltip. You might be able to, I just don't know how to. I've also seen people macro it to Tiger Palm. So like people have created a macro where you have Tiger Palm, and then when Zenith Stomp is available, it will cast Zenith Stomp instead, so that they become the same button. I mean, whatever works really. Personally, I just have it on the same button, which is G. But G's a relatively easy button for me to press because my index finger's right next to D, right? But then I guess like if your Zenith is on like a different button, like a button that's quite far away, having to then press it multiple times probably ain't easy. It probably makes more sense to rebind Zenith Stomp than it is to relearn rebind Zenith and then completely forget about pressing it. Is it worth to press Zenith Stomp? Oh yeah, 100%. You 100% want to press Zenith Stomp. Even in single target, it's not as strong as AoE. You still want to always make sure that you expend all your stomps during your Zenith. Because it still generates you chi, right? So it can be useful in single target when it's a little bit harder to generate chi. But it also does, for like damage to like cast time and buttons pressed and stuff like that, it's very high. We're not pulling the middle guy? Maybe we're going back for him. Okay. Noted. Dodge mechanics. Good, good. We're learning. Green circle bad. The key level in order to bonus roll myth puzzle box. Yeah, 10. 10 is what you can go for. You can go higher if you want, but yeah. 10 is probably just the easiest. Yeah, make sure you don't like go into a 9 or something and then use your bonus roll, because it will come out as like the heroic version. I'm pretty sure. And that will be a sad day. It makes me sad knowing like at least one person in the world will have done that. And then it's so sad. That's interesting. The mob over. So I was trying to cast Tiger's Lust on them, but I can't actually hit their model through the ad. It's on top of them. That's useful. That's good to know. They should really show how to rebuff on player frames. I think like seeing mechanics and stuff on players' frames like infuriates me. It's the same as the gargoyles in Pit. Like, I struggle so much to tell which person has actually been picked up. So like I try to spam on them, like on the gargoyle, but most of the time it just doesn't go through. And like as previously, you could always look at your raid frames and then there'd be some indication of who was picked up by the gargoyle. I don't think there is one, or I'm just completely blind. But like trying to help people now feels like so difficult. Maybe there is a way to like turn something on that shows, but it might be a private aura. If it's a private aura, it's GG. Is it bad if I just press Stomp after every fist with Zenith? No. Right now in AoE it's fine too. because it doesn't break mastery. I'd say in like single target, it probably is, because in like right now Stomp's like really good in AoE for like hitting multiple targets and then doing a ton of damage. In single target, it's probably better to play it like in its actual priority spot, which would be replacing it for like where you would press blackout kick during Zenith, because you're still gonna get all of them off. It's just the main difference with in AoE right now, getting the 2 stomps off like instantly, like you're not punished for it because it doesn't break our mastery. Like that's what I'm doing right now in big AoE pulls. I'll just like double stomp. But the proper way to probably do it is the exact same as in single target. You just replace it with blackout kick. And if they do replace the mastery, that's likely when you do it as well. I thought these guys stunned you. Because the idea about like replacing it with blackout kick is for 2 reasons. One, well, blackout kick's just kind of like we're not taking many talents anymore for it to be that useful during Zenith. But then alternatively, it makes sense to send them out when Fist of Fury and Rising Sun Kick is on cooldown, because when they're on cooldown, that means that they're basically, you know, I guess there's no other way to say it other than they're coming off cooldown, right? So then so you're not like delaying them, sending them out. You're not delaying yourself from reducing the cooldown of Fist of Fury. It just means that you're more likely to get Fist of Furies, like more Fist of Furies during Zenith if you do it that way. The only time that it might be a big issue is during PI and Lust, or like even just Lust, right? When you're so flooded with haste that you're getting like tons of Fist of Fury resets, then I think that's like the only time it's like really difficult to fit in your stomps into your rotation. But you still need to, like you'd have to basically delay something to get them in rather than not get them in. So like here, for instance, this is how I think you'd normally play it, right? You fist, and then now I'll stomp, then I'll spin, then I'll stomp again, but both of those were on cooldown, so by the time that they, by the time I finish my stomps and my spins, well, they're off cooldown again. So there's no, like, real downtime on Fist of Fury in comparison to last reset, even. So something along those lines makes the most sense. And, like, there was still, like, plenty of time on Zenith, right? So at no point was I, like, worried I wouldn't get my stomps in. So basically, I think the best way to play it, especially if they change the mastery and actually make it work with mastery, is just think of it as your, like, when should I press this? I should press this when I would have pressed blackout kick. Oh, that's gonna be a big dot. Oh, good God. Not the correct order. Don't worry about it too much. This guy's just been chased around by a phantom the whole time. Oh, please let me mount. Oh, there's no more dots. Oh, I didn't know that. That's what I get for not reading patch notes. in my mind that still had a dot, and if like you double stack the dots, that is deadly, right? Or it was deadly, I guess, if there's no dot anymore. So I keep trying to delay them. The more you know. Let's not tank this in the middle. Thoughts? Is two-hander better? Yeah, you are gonna want a two-hander eventually. If you don't have one now, you should try set a goal to try get one, especially before the Void Forge thing comes in, where you can upgrade a weapon to like 295 or something like that, like really high item level. They just scale better. And as we have like bonus rolls now, like there are some good weapons you can actually farm that are viable. It's why I'm in this dungeon right now. Mizara Caverns has like quite a good weapon. Uh-oh. I goofed my first Caverns roll as a Mistweaver. Oh no. Yeah, I was doing. I was looking at like if there were better loot rolls as well. I don't know if you can get away with going a different spec and getting better loot rolls. I think potentially Brewmaster might be okay for some. I think. Oh, what dungeon is it? It's Windrunner Spire. If you want stuff from Windrunner Spire, I think it's actually better to go Brewmaster, because Windwalker ends up getting 2 more trinkets than Brewmaster. So like if you're after like an actual piece there, that was when I worked out that would be better loot spec wise. So, this is an interesting way to fight this boss. That could have been me, but I refuse to believe it was. I'm out of CC. I can't CC them anymore. So we want... Ew, what a horrible trinket. I think what we're looking for here right now... I mean, I wouldn't mind getting the weapon. I won't complain if I get the weapon. Because I need it. eventually. But head or shoulders, even waist would be okay. The catalyst one's not too bad, I think. All right. Give me something good. It is the head. We just can't stop winning. Everybody lock in. Oh, this game's just too easy. Do you know what I mean? Do you ever like play this game and then just get everything you want on farm? Me too. Me too. You have kickstun power ring. You can't go inside the circle though, can you not? Why crit versus win? I'm gonna catalyze it. Oh, I didn't know you could go inside those rings. Well, that changes everything. In that case, then yeah, I could have done that. Oops. Okay, you got to understand though, right? When you see like a big ad with a massive green circle around it, you think to yourself, I probably can't stand that. Especially when you run into ads and they CC you. There is logic. We've learned 2 things from that dungeon. That they doesn't put a debuff on you anymore. And you can actually just run into them. Okay, noted. Do you play Inner Peace now, or is it in raid single target builds? Yeah, you don't really need it for M+. So M+, not really, but on single target, yeah, it's pretty decent to run. So this is more like the single target build that you'd run. Because you need a way in single target to get down to Jadefire Stomp. Albeit like actual pure single target bosses are very far and few this tier. Jadefire Stomp is still really good for single target, so you need a way to get to it. And Memory of the Monastery is just kind of mid. I mean, we were running it before the patch, but even then it was a relatively mid talent, and it kind of could already be replaced with Inner Peace. You know, like Conduit was running Inner Peace, for instance. So it's just, yeah, you run Inner Peace instead of single target, but because you don't really need Jadefire Stomp or anything, or a path to get to it for AoE, you don't really need to take it.
Dragon XZZ is
and
now
realistically,
following.
you don't actually have that many energy issues in AoE. You don't really have them in single target too, to be honest. But it helps. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate them, my
the
dudes.
Fool is now following.
Oh, they only make you slow, which really doesn't do anything because Roll can just pierce through it. So yeah, I didn't know that.
12 months is now following.
Yeah, I appreciate the knowledge. In my mind, Ring of Peace, Paralysis, I'm done. Yeah, see you later.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Alright, so we'll take this head. Upgrade that. We'll transform it to set piece. And I just think I fully send it. I mean, there's no reason not to fully send it. We fully send that. And then... How come I haven't been getting Dawn Crests? Oh, a 10's not... Oh, 10's don't give you Dawn Mythic ones, do they? This makes sense. But do they not? No, I have been. Yeah, no, I have been. I'm crazy. Ignore me. The ramblings of a madman. So I still have 36 I can get, which puts me up to 50. But I can't spend 50, I can only spend 40, so I'll have 2 more upgrades. And I'll probably send them... It'll either be on the neck or the hands. Likely the neck, because that's just clean. And I'm trying to keep a nice balance of crit and haste right now. Cool. Alright, we can push keys, and by push keys I mean probably do like 11 and 12s because that's all I get invited to at the moment. But, you know, it's something. It, yeah, you know, I need them. Oh, man. Am I running crash points for certain dungeons? The Enraged AA
Anna
first pull?
_2772 is now
Currently,
following.
no. Currently, I actually haven't really been paying attention to this talent tree at all because I've only really been running like anything from 10s to 12s on this character. So in my mind, it's low-key unnecessary to like min-max that hard. But once I get to dungeons that are a bit tougher, right, where you actually have to do mechanics, you know, you actually have to interrupt. Like if you don't interrupt, someone's gonna get one shot, stuff like that. Then I'll probably take a bit more account into it. So not right now. Right now it's just I'm being very very basic bitch. Hey, quick question. Since Apex went from 2% to 1%, do you think it's worth stacking more crit now to make up for it with the monk changes? It's a hard question to answer. Like, in theory, it makes sense to, right? Like, in theory, that sounds correct. But, and that's what I thought last night, but I think it's very character by character basis. And it mostly comes down to your other stats. Like, stat balancing is still quite difficult. Because if let me say I take off all of my buffs, right? My crit and my haste are actually, my crit is 120 higher than my haste, like just baseline, and then I get carried by my like flask to make sure that my haste is higher for my potion. So then the issue then becomes I can't put on this ring over here because this ring has 235 crit, which is good and would help that issue. But then I end up losing 102 haste, which means that actually I can never ever actually get my haste higher than my crit through like gems, flasks, stuff like that. So it's more like it's trying to find the balance through sims. Like I'd still always just say like you have to sim it because that's what I was doing last night. I was doing like a bunch of sims trying to work out how I can actually like balance my haste and crit without my crit being too high that I can't use the pot. I was even running like light potential sims, but it's just not as good for my character currently. So like in theory, yes, it's likely that you probably do want more crit, but you also it'll have to be a balance that can keep other stats like high enough that allow you to use pots and stuff and what the sims say do the most damage. That kind of makes sense. So it's not just a straightforward get more crit gear because I have that, right? I have more crit gear. I could easily just put more crit on my character. But because our secondary stats are actually relatively close regardless, it's actually a really difficult balance to do. What about switching to Cyclone Drift, the 10% extra haste, and then equip the ring? Did you sim that as a possibility? I didn't, actually. That is not a bad idea. I might do that later. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. That could be an option as well. But basically, the answer usually to any question like that is simming, right, in it. Because like certain specs have like you need like they're very specific about what sort of stats you need. Like I know rogue, for instance, sub rogue is something like you have to have it's either 14% or 18% haste and then no more, but you have to be at that amount. But like Windwalker is one of those specs where it's like there's no like actual number you need. It's just kind of like sim it. Yeah. Is Windwalker performing better now on M+? I think the consensus is no. I think the consensus for M+ is that it's performing about the same, especially at higher keystone levels. Just from speaking to other players who are actually playing at those levels at the moment, or doing higher keys. Our front-loaded damage is higher, but then, like, because trash packs stay alive for so much longer, like, that doesn't actually matter. But in Raid, on paper, it looks like Windwalker's performing very well. But a lot of it is like add damage, so like kind of like paddy sort of thing. like huge high burst AoE in a short period of time. Ads don't stay alive very long. So in Raid, it looks like it's performing better, and I guess it is technically performing better. But the actual damage you're doing to bosses and stuff has actually dropped. Like, we actually do less boss damage than we did before the 0.5 changes. So about samey in M+, and then more paddy in Raid, I guess. I don't know if that's a good thing, but it's a thing. Alright, we'll just try and get some of the keys I haven't got 12s on. Skyreach, C, Nexus, Magister. Skyreach, C, Nexus, Magister. I'll do 11 to 12. Spam farm? Go on then. They killed Windwalker? No, I think they just changed what we're good at. Like, it's just kind of funny how, like, 5 lines of changes can completely kind of alter your damage profile. In a way. Because let's say the raid that we're in currently, all these changes went through, and the raid that we're in currently only had single target bosses. I think Windwalkers would be losing their minds. I'd be losing my mind, because our boss damage is really bad right now. Like, our single target boss damage is not very good. Like, it's mid at best, and then it's probably worse than that most of the time. But because there's so many spawns of ads on a lot of certain bosses, and that's now suddenly something we super excel at, it looks like we're really good in this raid. Suddenly, like, Windwalker looks like, oh my god, why is no one playing Windwalker? Windwalker's like the best spec in the raid at the moment. Holy shit, except for Devourer. On, like, paper when you, like, look at logs and stuff, but they don't quite paint the whole picture. I prefer to be a single target class, you know? Like, Unholy's pretty mid at, like, the AoE fights, but then, like, you look at, like, their boss damage and they absolutely chug that thing. And that's good. It feels ethical. It feels ethical. I'm going Magisters, I think. Nope, that's my Zara. Marinara. Having 20% damage of Fist of Fury is nerfed because we lose 1 tick and with third Apex is shit. Yeah, no, they've definitely nerfed Fist of Fury. They basically put the Fist of Fury damage into Zenith Stomp, and you can see that in AoE. Like, in AoE, that balancing makes sense, but in single target it doesn't, because Zenith Stomp is not strong in single target, right? Like, its damage doesn't quite translate to that form of encounter. In AoE, it kind of balances it out a bit. Maybe not as much as it could, but it kind of, like, takes, like, some of that loss. But in single target, right, like, your Zenith Stomp is not doing the work that Fist of Fury lost. And that's why like, single target boss damage is probably, like, the main reason it's dropped off so much. Because in terms of, like, talent builds and stuff, not too much has changed. Like, we're talking, like, 3 talent changes or so per, like, single target or AoE. If they remove the log participation on bosses with ads, then Windwalker would probably be close to the bottom. Oh no, they are. I looked at this at the start of the stream. You look at, like, bosses like the dragons, right? Second highest damage. Then you look at damage to the boss, like it's mid at most. The most jarring one is Imperator Aversion. This is our boss damage on this boss. Like, Then you look at like the damage that you see on a log. Ooh, that's kind of nice, right? And like it plays out for all of these bosses that have add damage. I didn't get notified we're in a pool. Don't tell them. I had no idea this dungeon had started. I had no idea. Oh, okay. Should probably pay a little bit more attention. Oh, please don't hit me. I always get caught in this mini game we're about to go through. I'm really bad at it because I keep trying to like do these stupid lighter than air, like, because theoretically, well, not theoretically, you can lighter than air all the way to this mini boss here. I'll show you. Don't worry, I'll show you. It's gonna be so cool. See, you can do it, but it's risky, and I'm on death's door right now.
Zeppelin 30 is now following.
But then if, like, half the time I try it, I fail it, and then I just go back to the start. So it's definitely not worth it. There's no actual reason to do it, other than it's kind of cool.
Unauthorized entry, please hold. You'll go no further, Umbrick. These new defenses were specially made with
We're sending cooldowns off of boss in that situation. We are, but so are other specs, right? And like that's an active choice to do that. You know what I mean? Like, of course you're gonna send cooldowns off. Like, of course you. Like, I'm not saying you're not going to. Of course you will. That's how we do the most damage. But we're flexible enough where like it's not like we're hard fixed. Like when we send our cooldowns, like we could send Zenith, like we could double send Zenith on pull on that boss, right? But like we actively choose not to because it's more value for us to do the add damage. But realistically, those adds are gonna die regardless. It's like it's the Padda's conundrum. Because in my mind, I don't actually think there's anything wrong with padding. It's literally normal to deal damage to adds that need to die. But like, so we're doing it before the like that boss we were already good on, right? Like, why wouldn't you? It's just now it's like it looks way more egregious. The damage is just higher. Can I not get one shot? It's like it's like the dragon boss as well, right? There's nothing like forcing us to hold our zeniths for the orbs, right? It's not like we're playing fixed conduit cooldown where you have to send everyone 1 minute 30 and they just happen to line up. Because we have flexible zenith, you can just hold it for it. But there's nothing wrong with it, like you should. But then that just defines like your damage profile. But even then, even if like, even last reset when we were holding cooldowns for those like in the exact same way, you still would do more boss damage. Because your boss damage, you'd still have more boss damage coming from Fist of Fury outside of your Zenith windows, right? Because Fist of Fury caught a nerf. Well, what's your actual damage outside of your Zenith windows? It is just Fist of Fury, right? Like, maybe Rising Sun Kick to a degree. So actually, like, outside of Zenith windows, our main source of damage got nerfed. Inside our Zenith windows, our damage is more or less the same. But we're just higher front-loaded burst. Got trapped on the table. Uh-oh. I might have cancelled Fist of Fury there with Zenith. Stomp. Maybe I do need the macro. A Rising Sun Kick and Russian Wind Kick to the different spells for mastery? Yeah, they are. So you can back-to-back them. Oh my rod. Look at these juicy ads. My Zenith fingers tingling. Tingling? Yeah, that's the word I'm going to use. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I mean, if there's any takeaway, Windwalker feels very nice at low keys. Like, 100% this spec feels amazing at lower keys. Oh, do I do it again? I got to. I can't not. I can't not. You can't just pull a set of ads like that with them when I have Zenith up. Do I screw myself up for over this part of the dungeon? Sure I do. But was it worth it? Yeah, I'd do it every day of the week. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Is Jadefire Stomp a passive ability? It is, yeah. It wasn't previously. In the War Within, it was actually... Well, you had an option to make it passive. But in the War Within, it was well, it wasn't taken at all, but it used to have the option for active. But now it is just a passive ability that shoots out every time you finish a Fist of Fury cast. Or I suppose I should say whenever your Fist of Fury finishes channeling. So like if let's say you cancelled Fist of Fury for whatever reason, it would still shoot out then. But it's not something you have to think about. It's not a button you have anymore. And you usually only ever run it for pure single target, because you take a talent that increases its damage in pure single target. Ow? Am I stupid? It's a rhetorical question. I am stupid. I have no idea why I was stood in that. We're talking about macros at the moment, I see. I mean, I've had weird issues with macros. Not that they don't work. I've got this one where whenever my Russian wind kick procs, as you can see right here, my talent up here, my puzzle box glows as well, and there's no reason at all. It's not like egregious enough that it's bad. There was a massive change to macros that was made in War Within Season 3, ever since they kind of did a update revert to spinning crane kick, so you can now cast during spinning crane kick, but there was a lot of like things that had to change with macros as a result of it. Because that was bugging out. So it basically depends when you last updated your macro, I think, or your macros in general. I actually find a lot of bugs in dungeons, and I don't know if they're Windwalker specific. Has anyone been in Nexus Point? And you know when you channel the thing in Nexus Point, after I channel it, sometimes my character cannot attack or deal damage or press any buttons for like a period of time. That's a fun one. I don't know if that's Windwalker specific or just dungeon bug. It genuinely, I'd no longer channel in that dungeon, because if I channel, there's like a 50-50 chance and my character cannot play the game. How are we pulling this? Like this? I wish I saved my stomp. Ooh. Ain't nobody was getting that terror. Oh my god, I only noticed it at the last second. I think that probably would have just wiped us. Ethical Fist of Fury cancel. I just removed my macros. I mean, it's never a bad thing, yeah. Like, you don't have to use macros. Like, the biggest benefit, I think, to the macros is that you attach to all your buttons. The Fist of Fury one is if, the best way I can describe it is I'm a spam clicker, right? Like, whilst Fist of Fury's channeling, I tend to, like, spam my next button in advance. So it allows you to do that without, like, cancelling your Fist of Fury. As well as that, the macro prevents it from, like, you just missing the Fist of Fury, right? Like, let's say you're channeling your Fist of Fury, and then, like, it has one last tick on it, but, like, that tick's at the very end of the cast, and you press your next button as that happens. The tick doesn't go through, you've lost your strongest tick of Fist of Fury. Because Fist of Fury's damage scales each time it does a tick of damage. So that's, like, the main reason for using the macros. It's just to prevent things like that. But, like, if you are comfortable always, like, being able to... Please interrupt? If you're comfortable being able to, like, press a button straight out of Fist of Fury without, like, clipping into its channel, then That is the best thing to do. But then the macro also allows you to, the general macro, I think the one that's being discussed, also allows you to cast your abilities during spinning crane kick. Because if you're spinning crane kick, you can always cast a button about halfway through its channel time, and it will still do its full damage. That was the main change in the War Within Season 3. So that's, and it's important to do that. The only one that you can't do is Fist of Fury. You can't press Fist of Fury during the spin. That will actually cancel its damage. Not that it does any damage, because spinning crane kick doesn't do any damage, but, you know, eventually it will again, probably. And when the change was made, it actually still did damage. But you don't want to cancel damage for no reason anyway. So that's like what the main macro is, and I have it attached to literally every single one of my damaging buttons. What's the tracker at the bottom for the spells? Yeah, it is Wild Do. Wild Do is essentially just a quality of life add-on. It doesn't use that many resources. But I literally just use it for like the sole purpose of it has a nice GCD tracker, which is easy to move and scale up. But there's a bunch of other features it has. I think I used the mob quest feature actually, which makes it so that, like, let's say I'm questing or something and there's mobs that I need to take down or kill or whatever, it helps visualize which ones those are. I'm pretty sure that does it. Basically just quality of life add-on. I think the only GCD that it doesn't recognize is Flying Serpent Kick. It used to not, like, GCD trackers used to not recognize Storm Earth and Fire. They used to hate, like, there was, like, no symbol for it. So, like, if I Flying Serpent Kick, it just does this weird, like, green symbol. Is it worth sending cooldowns here? Oh my god, yes it is. Wait, is it? Oh, no, not really, actually. Not when I'm getting pulled in. Oh my god, this is a lot of pull. Maybe now. Seems like use of the symbol of whatever the button turns in after you activate it. Yeah, I think you're right. It's the same thing as what the Storm Earth and Fire one did. It always showed the fixate symbol. So like, if you didn't know like what the fixate symbol was and you're looking for Storm Earth and Fire, it was like, oh, I have no idea what you've actually pressed. So it looked like I would always instantly just fixate, which made no sense. I've kind of desynced Puzzle Box and my timer for Zenith. It should line up nicely here. Just gonna wait for these ads to get in, I think. Yeah, that lined up pretty nicely. I swear, like most dungeons I'm fine, but this dungeon, the FPS in this place is horrendous for me. It's not so bad at the start of the dungeon, but the moment we get into this like last section, it just starts tanking. It's, I feel like I spent a full like 10 seconds there with such such good procs. I didn't have to Tiger Palm for like a solid 10 seconds and then just keep sending out chi cooldowns. That was that was fun.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the Cynosure to the Void Storm. What is that monstrosity? You keep it occupied.
If you want to push, you're not playing a Brew Dwarf, you're trolling. Yeah, I think the tank disparity at the moment is pretty big now. Isn't it like straight up like probably one of the worst it's been in a long time? Like everybody is just playing Brewmaster. You can try !talents for talents, but right now I'm pretty sure that's updated for season, like not for this patch, so I wouldn't copy any of those talents. I still need to update that chat command. Where's my IO? Like, what's my score? Or like, where's my IO? Is it not in the about section? I think it's in the about section if you're in Twitch. Oh, you are not asking me. You're asking someone else in chat. I'm so stupid. This is what I get. I'm trying to read like mid key. Like it just does not work. Yeah, you're not talking to me. Yeah, any of those talents that you see are not updated. Please don't copy them and use them.
Space Grape is now following.
I will actually, because I've seen a couple of people actually look for talents right now. I'll literally just copy them in. What? Let me copy my talents, you stupid. Oh my god, it won't let me. Let me log out and in.
Gedger is now following.
Weren't we going to play the 1 second CDR and Rising Sun Kick talent? I still think it's fine. I think it's a toss-up. Like the actual recommended talent page is this one currently, with Energy Burst, but I still think it's viable to run Brawler's Intensity is one we're talking about. I think it just depends. I think both are fine. I think the difference between choosing either or is not like real make or break it, right? I guess it just depends on if you value a bit more chi generation outside of cooldowns, or if you value 1 second less on Rising Sun Kick. I think they're both about on par with each other. Like yesterday I was running Brawler's Intensity. I'm playing Energy Burst today, seeing what that's like. Honestly, I notice absolutely like nothing has changed. Like I don't notice anything really between the choices. So I think it's personal preference if you want to go one or the other. In single target though, there could be the argument that it might be better to go to Energy Burst because there's less ways that you can like it's easier to manage resources in AoE. It's just like AoE just tends to be better for like resource management, so there can be the argument that in single target it might be better to go Energy Burst, and that will just help you a little bit in the like rougher periods outside of cooldowns. But both these talents I think are just about on par with each other. But you'll see majority of people running Energy Burst at the moment because that's just what's been recommended. Let's see if I can copy this. I can copy it this time. So if you were looking for talents, hold up. Those are the AoE talents and the ones that you can run on Raid Cleave. And this is pure single target that I'll send afterwards, but pure single target you're gonna play very rarely. Oh, I've been promoted to leader. It's nice. What's going on in here? Yeah, I mean, I swear this damage breakdown looks exactly like the last dungeon I did. It essentially is. I swear it was exactly the same. 20% Zenith Stomp, 30-ish fists. How much percent haste should I aim for as Windwalker? It's hard to say, like there's no actual number for this sort of spec. Like the best and worst answer is whatever the sim tells you. The best answer because it is the best answer, the worst answer because it's not very helpful. Generally I've been sat at around the for a while now. Let me take off all my secondaries. For a while now I've been sat at around like the 750, 760 about. This is roughly what I've been at, but obviously that's based on the other gear that I have, right? So it's not like a 1-for-1. But 23% is more or less what I've had for the past couple weeks. But obviously that takes into account how much crit and mastery I have, so it's always hard to say. My Zenith is 15% damage somehow. I'm sure there's like some give and take to it. Like some dungeons are going to be better for Zenith than others. I feel like Skyreach is a pretty bad Zenith dungeon, just because. Well, it depends how it always depends how your tank pulls the dungeon, right? But a lot of Skyreach's trash packs aren't massive. Like a dungeon like Magisters or a dungeon like Algathar Academy or Mizara Caverns have got like a lot of like pretty big trash pools, like constantly. So you end up getting like a lot of value from it. Morning, baby J. You doing all right? Is two-hander a big DPS upgrade from two one-handers? I think it's roughly about 1%. Ish, give or take. So it depends how much you value. Like, is 1% big for you? Is 1% small? I think it's big enough that it's definitely worth getting a two-hander, especially with like the void forging and stuff in a couple of weeks, where you can just send like, because basically you'll be able to send one two-hander all the way to max item level, right? Which is massive, especially as two-handers are going to be better, like they are stronger. So it's definitely worth trying to get a Mythic Track two-hander in the next couple of weeks. I think it's like 4 weeks, like 3 or 4 weeks. So there's plenty of time to try bonus roll one or get lucky in the vault. But you definitely want to get your hands on a Mythic Track two-hander. So that's what you will 100% want to run end game of this season. Alright, what's next? Skyreach, C or next point. Lock in. 12 resilient? Oh boy. Play with an unholy DK. Does he know that he doesn't do any damage? Like, I don't think I'm going to load up my unholy DK until they fix it. Like, that thing is absolutely riddled with bugs. I think I read that it's doing like 15% less damage than it should be. Kind of crazy. Do monks do any magic damage? Yeah, monks do magic damage. So the main reason you take universal energy is because of the Zenith Stomp. Like, that's the main thing. Like, previously, before we had Zenith Stomp, you didn't take it, even though, you know, Shadow over the battlefield does do nature damage. It's just not strong enough. But because Zenith Stomp is so, like, I mean, you can see, it does a huge amount of damage, especially in Mythic Plus, right? Taking a talent that increases its damage actually comes out better. So that's the main reason you do it. But predominantly, Windwalker is a physical spec. We used to have more nature damage to us. But I feel like that's been taken away over time. Like Crackling Jade Lightning, that was nature damage, especially when we had the Cleave build with that. Slicing Winds is nature damage as well. But we don't run this anymore because it's just bad. It's like in a world where Slicing Winds was good right now, this would be a really good talent. Like the value, what you get from it, because it would be buffing things like Shadow, Slicing, and Stomp. But right now, it's basically just buffing your Stomp. And that's generally what it's just doing. When you join a dungeon and just completely forget where you're going. What is the Howling Ridge? Oh, Nexus Point Zenas. Is two-handed better and did talents change at all due to the patch? Yeah, talents have changed. I did a big like if you I'm about to go into a key, right, so I can't really explain talents too much. I stream on YouTube as well. At the start of the YouTube video, because obviously you can go back to that one. For the first 10 or 15 minutes, I go over all the talent changes. I go over our damage profile as well, like the first 10-15 minutes of the stream. Yes, so I can't really go through talents right now. But yeah, essentially, yes, we've had talent changes. Nothing like crazy. But you don't want to be going into raid with the talents you had before 0.5. There's a few like vital ones you need to pick up, like, you know, universal energy is pretty important. Also spiritual focus, very important. You start running this now rather than drinking on cover. More Zenith, more damage, more Stomp, more good. Is the extra Stomp button something that was asked for? I don't know if it was ever like discussed, if like if Stomp on a different button. You can make your own macro for Zenith Stomp that will just press Zenith Stomp, I think. Like, so if you do want another button, that is possible. Zenith Windows feels bloated to me. I don't think it's too bad. I think the worst time will be during a PI and a Lust, like in a raid situation, because then you're more likely to get reduced cooldown on Fist of Fury, which might make it a little bit trickier to fit in your stomps like comfortably, like where they feel natural to press. But generally speaking, in all these dungeons and stuff, it's pretty chill to fit in Zenith stomps, whether you do it like correctly or not. Like, because you can just triple stomp if you want to on a pull and not get punished for it. But that's probably there's a potential chance that will just get nerfed if it becomes part of a mastery. But like even playing it like the pseudo proper way where you like Zenith, Fist of Fury, Rising Sun, Kick Will, and Dragon Punch, then you potentially start stomping. It seems to fit in pretty well. It just takes a few like it'll take a bit of practice. But like during Lust, and if you like during a Lust and you get PI as well, then that is probably
Four,
pretty challenging.
three,
I haven't had that situation yet though. How is Windwalker? I think it's in a fun state.
4,
It's relatively paddy though in raid. It's about on par where it was previously in Mythic Plus. Some people like the new, like some people like War Within, like Midnight Windwalker. Some people do not like it, so you get very mixed reviews. Like there, I do the triple stomp. That is not correct play, but eh. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Wait, that can be dispelled? You're telling me that every time I've ever done this dungeon, my healer just leaves that on me on purpose? Okay, sure. So I was about to go on like a little mini rant about how I hate this dungeon and how this circle always goes on top of me, and then I just bleed out and die. I might still do it because I have it on me right now. Oh my god, it can remove it with Tiger's Lust. Guys, am I a bad monk? Be honest. No, wait, don't be honest. Lie to me. Guys, you gotta understand. I killed Lura. My tank's dead. This dungeon is chalked.
Only the strongest survive.
Yes and no. Yeah, yes and no's a good answer. Yeah, I knew about the gargoyle, and I knew about the... I actually knew about the one in Seats, and I knew about the gargoyle. But I never would have noticed that this one was, because I don't read the debuffs that are on me.
Manon is now following. Desanctified 82 is now following.
Thank you for the follows, by the way. I appreciate them. A bunch of people in like the past half an hour or so. Thank you. Come watch me learn how to play Windwalker Monk. It's great fun. I swear this happens every season. I swear I start off the season and like I'll try and explain something and then someone will tell me that tell me how something actually works. And you'd think I've never run this dungeon before. That's right, I can give you guys some tech. Did you know that rogues can actually pick block these? Yeah. You didn't know that. Did you know that I'm getting one shot right now? This This is going a bit rough, I think it'll be fine though. It's like it's a 12. It'll be fine. And I'm not allowed to complain because I queued up for a relaxed dungeon. So I've got to be relaxed right now. I'm so relaxed. I'm just a chill guy. Did you know you can Tiger's Lust that off? Except I didn't have Tiger's Lust up, so I can't. What do I think about Windwalker now? I'm enjoying it more than I thought I would. I thought the... Well, it's always hard to tell because I didn't get a chance to really properly play the PTR or at all for these changes. Because I was raiding. Like usually I'm able to like at least test some things out on the PTR and get an idea before it comes out. Like I wasn't sure how it would actually play out. In my mind, it felt like, well, on paper and through Sims and stuff, the idea was essentially that there were all these changes coming through, and it was essentially just going to be a net neutral, right? So it's like, why are all these changes coming through? It is it is kind of net neutral in some places, but in other places it isn't. I actually enjoy Zenith Stomp. I think it adds something that feels like more powerful than a blackout kick. It's like during your Zenith, right? Your Zenith has like your powerful window, right? And even though like blackout kick like helped with like resetting the cooldown of Fist of Fury, it never like really felt nice to press it because you know it's doing no damage. But now that that's been basically changed with Zenith Stomp, it feels like a powerful cooldown. Like it feels like no button that you're pressing during that period isn't doing damage. I like that we are now running. What you call it? Oh my god, this is not good. Let me get out of this situation and then... Yeah, okay. I like that we're running Revolving Whirl, because I enjoyed Dance of Chi-Ji. Although Spinning Crane Kick does absolutely no damage, it's still nice to have it. But I played a lot in the War Within, right? And I'm very used to Dance of the Chi-Ji. So like not having it felt weird. And you can still not run it if you don't want to. What else? There was something else I was going to talk about, but then I got stuck in this corner over here and I lost my train of thought, so I might just have to end it there. Ow. Okay.
Clockwork Games is now following.
Don't forget to send the conduits.
And yeah, PI for... If there's ever a time for Windwalker to get PI, it is this,
NSFG_Jester
this season.
is now following.
Although, like, let's put it this way, right? Windwalker with these changes got weaker with PI. It's still, like, #1 for PI. Like, that's how... The hell? Don't ping me. Don't be like that. Like, it's still #1 for PI. It's not as strong as it was, but that's how far ahead Windwalker was for getting PI. Like, it's very good. Because haste is just very good for us right now. Like, one of the main reasons for it is that the more haste we have, the more damage our Fist of Fury does. It's like a big reason why we're a bit weaker now with PI. Like, PI is not as strong, is because obviously Fist of Fury got a bit of a nerf. But Fist of Fury is still strong enough where it has value. Raid-wise, Bloodlust, burst windows feel real weak now. I haven't really done any raiding since the changes. I don't raid till Sunday, so I don't really have a take on that. Like, in theory, they will be weaker. Kind of following on from the PI thing, right? If we got a little bit weaker from getting haste, then obviously we're going to get a little bit weaker from Bloodlust. As well as that, our on-pull, our actual opener is going to be weaker in general, comparatively. Although we have Zenith Stomp damage now, like, you got to remember that they nerfed our Apex talent, and you always start a raid boss with 10 stacks. But the 10 stacks this week is well, it's weaker than a 10 stack was last week. By a fair amount of crit. Is it like 10%? Yeah, it's like 10% less crit. Yeah, don't worry, I'll get the smudge. And that's usually when you PI. Obviously, you don't PI every boss on pull, but generally you do. So that will just by default be a bit weaker. So yeah, I can understand why the Bloodlust feels a little bit weaker now. 1% crit used to be 2%. Yeah, exactly. Ow. Is Revolving Whirl now better than Echo Technique because Spinning Crane Kick reduced it? Yeah, pretty much. Like, that's genuinely the reason. Like, Spinning Crane Kick got no damage buff or anything. It's not for Spinning Crane Kick's damage. Let's put it that way. I'm pretty sure, like, because it's not like I'm pressing baseline Spinning Crane Kicks really ever. It is essentially for the reduction in Fist of Fury. And you don't lose any Blackout Kick procs, really, because you still take Sequence Strikes anyway, which is a talent that makes it that whenever you press Dance of the Chi-Chi Spinning Crane Kick, you get your Blackout Kick proc anyway. So it just adds an extra button. But it's a button that costs nothing. Does technically do some damage. If we're being real, it, you know, does some damage, I guess. But it reduces the cooldown of Fist of Fury. So it's just like another thing that adds kind of like to the flow, which then also helps with it helps with resource management as well. So it's just an extra GCD that doesn't cost any chi. It also allows you to regen energy whilst it's being pressed, which can then just help your flow in combat anyway as well. There's no real downside to it. In single target though, I'm pretty sure it's absolutely fine to not run it and run Echoing Technique instead. Just because you're not getting that much value from, like, you'll get 0.5 second reduction on your Fist of Fury, and like having the extra button, it's not necessarily like that powerful. It's like, I want to say it's like in single target, it's like a 0.2% difference or something, the Sims say. So like in realistic practice of playing the game, you won't even notice it. But in AoE, that 2.5% cooldown reduction on Fist of Fury every time you press Spinning Crane Kick, if you hit 5 targets, that is noticeable. That adds up. that can be that could be like multiple Fist of Furies extra during a dungeon. Even a raid boss fight, right, that isn't actually pure single target, they might be used to it. It depends how long ads stay alive for, right? If it's like the dragon boss and it's the orbs, and you're like you're barely gonna hit them when you spin crane kicks, probably not worth it.
You got the last conduit. Make sure to send them over. Lothraxian, this isn't what the light demands of us. Think of the lives.
It kills me to say this because I miss my boys, but Zenith Stomp actually feels so nice compared to Storm Earth and Fire. Yeah, no, it does. I was just fine with baseline Zenith, to be honest. Like, don't get me wrong, Storm Earth and Fire is like an iconic ability, but the amount of damage we actually lost and like the amount of bugs associated with it, it just, and it'd been around for like what, a decade or so. Like it was never getting fixed. It's just one of those things. Like, would you actually rather have more damage? So like things were balanced around Storm Earth and Fire working correctly, right? And if it's not working correctly, whereas Zenith is a lot more reliable in the damage it's gonna, like the damage it says, or like you think it's gonna do, it should actually do. Like I think like at one point in the War Within, it was expected that you would lose like 14% or something. Maybe not 14%, maybe 7% of like the damage that was expected with Storm Earth and Fire just was not happening. Like someone did like a full in-depth dive on it. I remember reading it and being like, hey, that's cool. Nice spec. Who plays that? What do these big circles of light actually do then? Because I always see them, I always stand in them, they don't do any damage. Am I missing something? They're bugged and don't do any damage. Does it heal? Oh, it does. Yeah, it heals the mobs. So this guy, yeah, you're right. Because that guy was at like 1.5 and then he jumped to 1.7. Okay, so it heals the mobs and does no damage. Okay, not my problem. That's a tank's problem. I'm so standing on that now. I mean, I had to have learned it somewhere, right? At one point, I basically just stood in it by mistake. Didn't dodge big swirly. Realized, hold on. You can stand in this? Ow. Oh, I have big regrets. Did not just pop cooldowns then. Stupid monk. Interrupt him right now. Find him. Oh my god, it's over. It's over. Be real. This is not an engaging boss fight. Here he is. Nice. Windwalker monks tend to stomp the yard. Pretty much, yeah. Just absolutely stomping on everything. Yeah. The damage is about the same as well. Actually, I think that's like the third dungeon in a row. It's been about like 30 odd, 20%. Yes, like even though we are spinning crane kicking more, it still does no damage. I suppose, I mean, no, you're spinning crane kick more than you will a dragon punch. You'll proc more. But like it doesn't even do as much as that. It's kind of crazy how badly they got at this ability. Like even just from the war within, I remember when spinning crane kick could be your highest damage in single target. I'm not saying that's necessarily like healthy, but it is crazy how you can go from like one extreme to the other. Like I remember when season 2 of the war within dropped, and they made it so spinning crane kick like it just scaled differently. And like if you got like back to back to back procs and stuff on like certain raid bosses, yeah, it could be your top damage on a single target raid boss. It was insanity. Good times. now it's now it's essentially this button is just a glorified Vista Fury cooldown recharger. Rising Sun Kick's kind of the same, but at least Rising Sun Kick does alright damage, I guess, when you add in like Russian Wind Kick, like you add them to each other and Skyfire heal, but spinning Crane Kick's a joke. Like even if we took like Crane Vortex and maybe Jade Ignition, it still would just be so bad. Oh well, there's always next patch. What's my single biggest stomp damage? I'm not sure. I can tell you what other people have done. One sec. So I saw some numbers earlier. People were looking at different damage. I think it can roughly crit like 33% of the time-ish. Like it can crit. But I don't actually run damage numbers or anything, so I can't really see. Probably in the millions. Do I use Platinasa? Yeah, I do. I use Jundi's profile. Do you want to send Stomp instead of Blackout Kick or Tiger Palm? Kind of both. Right now, during Zenith, there's almost no reason to ever press Tiger Palm. Maybe in like the very niche situation where something's gone terribly, terribly wrong. But generally, because our Zeniths are so short now and we have so much like resource generation through it, you should never really have to press Tiger Palm during it. Maybe at like the very back end of a channel. So usually you just end up pressing Stomp instead of Blackout Kick. So like whenever you previously would have pressed Blackout Kick, you press Stomp then. Is the general idea. But I guess you could say the same for Tiger Palm, right? Whenever you would have pressed Tiger Palm, you press Stomp there instead. So if you think about it like this, right? Let's say you start off with even like... Let's say you start off with even just like 3 Chi. And then you go into Zenith. So like... Okay, let's say you start off with 1 Chi as a better example. You pop Zenith, you go up to 3 Chi. You Fist of Fury, you're down to 1. You Rising Sun Kick, you use that 1. 50, like, pretty good chance you're going to get that Chi back. Let's say you don't, you're at 0 Chi. You cast Whirling Dragon Punch because it's free. Then you press Zenith Stomp, you back up to 2 Chi. You press your free spinning Crane Kick. You press Zenith Stomp again, you back up to 4 Chi. And now you can just, now your Fist of Fury, Rising Sun Kicks are back up with a Blackout Kick free proc. Like, it's just, it's very hard to run into a situation where you need to generate Chi with Tiger Palm. Like even like in that worst case situation where you're literally starting off with 1 Chi. Maybe if you start off a Zenith with 0 Chi, but try not to do that. That sounds kind of cursed. Can I show talents real quick? Yeah, that's what I'm running right now. How can I get your UI settings? If you type !UI, it will take you to a video which goes through setting up UI. I think Zenith should give you empowered spinning crane kicks or rising sun kicks. Interesting. So like Army of the Dead. Pretty much exactly like Army of the Dead, actually. It's an interesting idea.
Oh, is it much further, Grandmaster?
We have... Alright, Skyreach and Seat. Let's get some more 12s done. That is not how you type 12. Zenith Stomp should replace Tiger Palm button, not Zenith. You can do that if you set up a macro. I don't have the macro on hand, but in the Peak of Serenity Discord, I'm pretty sure it's in a pin somewhere. But you can set that up so that you can basically just have it so that during your Zeniths, or whenever you can press Zenith Stomp, anytime you press Tiger Palm, it actually Zenith Stomps. It's probably something along the lines of... I imagine it's something like... What the hell is that? It's probably something like cast Zenith Stomp / cast Tiger Palm, and then because you can't press Zenith Stomp at the same time as you press Tiger Palm, but then you also can't press Zenith Stomp when you aren't in Zenith. It was something along those lines, but you can set it up. I've seen the macro, just haven't used it. Yeah, it's 99% something like cast and a stomp, cast Tiger Palm, and then probably like some additions to some additions to it that will have to do with like not canceling like Fist of Fury and stuff like that. It will be a little bit more fleshed out, but that's the general idea of what it will be. You could do that with any button. You could attach it to your blackout kick if you wanted to. I don't know if I'd recommend it. You can also make it its own button. I'm pretty sure you can just have it as its own button if you want to. Lots of different options. Declined? What the hell? Competitive. Why the Universal Energy talent over Obsidian Spiral, if you don't mind me asking? No, you're absolutely welcome to ask. Let me just sign up for this key real quick. Let me just sign up for a few. Mainly, it comes down to two reasons. One, Universal Energy is good for Zenith Stomp, where a lot of our damage is now coming from, because Zenith Stomp does nature damage, which is magic damage. So previously, we never took this at all, right? But now, because Zenith Stomp is, powerful enough to, like, be our second highest damage in M+, for instance, giving it any sort of damage boost is actually good. And the reason we're dropping Obsidian Spiral is previously Blackout Kick was used a lot during Zenith to generate us back chi, right? You use Blackout Kick as your chi generator during it. Well, now because Zenith Stomp, every time you press it, it gives you 2 chi. Zenith Stomp has now become your de facto chi generator as well as damage during Zenith Stomp. So it makes sense to drop it because you're rarely actually pressing Blackout Kick now during Zenith Stomp. And if you do press Blackout Kick for whatever reason, you don't really need it to give you chi. So that's kind of the idea behind that. Let me do key. Thanks for all the YouTube guides. No worry, my dude. I hope they help. I'll probably post one about the talents and stuff later or tomorrow. I spoke about it at the start of the stream, but I'll probably just end up like clipping it and putting it into a video. Says I've noticed a lot of like questions about talents and stuff, which is absolutely fair. I'd want to know what like the talent builds are and stuff, and I said I was going to do one, so I'll probably just end up taking that and putting it into a like short. I think I want to say like 10-minute video, but I always find that I yap too long. Like I swear to God, I want to make a video for something, and like I'll have the idea for it, and then I'm like, wow, this is gonna be a quick video, and then it turns out to be like 20 minutes of me talking about like 5 Windwalker changes, and I'm like, how does this even happen? How do I get here? Like, and you should see like, and that's after I've cut stuff as well. Like I think that video that I posted the other day, just about the changes alone, was like started off at like 35 minutes.
Spleen is now following.
Like, how? What is there to talk about? By the way, why don't you run keys with guildies to get some score? It'd be a smart thing to do. I don't know. I don't really have a reason. I feel like I've pugged for so long now that it just is what it is. I like to suffer.
L1_ is now following.
Thanks for all the follows, by the way. I like the past half an hour. Appreciate it. I can't get rid of Mistake, where I'm using Tiger Palm more often than Blackout Kick, especially in Zenith, but now it's even more confusing. I'd advise straight up just going to like a target dummy, even for like 10-15 minutes, and just try practice Zenith, like Zenith windows, and even like take Tiger Palm off of your bars if you have to, or something. If like you instinctively press it and just see how it plays without it. You should leave Blackout Kick on because you'll still need to press that for procs for rush and wind kick. But like if you do that like 10-15 minutes, like with the inability to even press Tiger Palm, so you have to press your other buttons, you'll get more like muscle memory to it and actually see like how viable it actually is to do that period of that damage period without pressing Tiger Palm, and that you can actually manage with chi in there.
5, 4, 3.
Because I get you. If you're used to pressing something during like a period of time and then suddenly you're told not to, it can be hard because you've built up the muscle memory to do it.
5, 4, 3.
Did you know that you can Tiger's Lust the circle off of yourself in this dungeon? Yeah, I know things. Did you know that once you Tiger's Lust it off of yourself in this dungeon, they just reapply it to you? Because, fuck me, that's why. Oh, go on, go to the next pack. Unless we're not pulling them. I feel like every time I do this dungeon, we pull different things. Okay, we are going into this one. Oh, he's going to pull this into this one. Yeah, that's smart. This allows me to pad more. I'm a big fan. Fancy party trick, putting a piece on your tank while he has several Shadow Guard champions on him. Is that a good thing? Oh, you jumped on top of it. Oh my god, I'm ghosted. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. If only there wasn't a massive blob in the middle of the room. Okay, we can... I think we should kill the boss now. This is getting a little bit bad. DK is really good for this dungeon. I mean, I think DK is good for every dungeon, but like the amount of value I get in this dungeon when cause I played it quite a bit as DK, getting like grip value. Oh my god, it's huge in here. But yeah, DK is probably just good in every dungeon. I don't know what I'm talking about. Hot breaking news: DK good in dungeon. Okay. Okay, what's this Demon Hunter's damage? 30k? Let him cook, let him cook. He's starting to feel himself. Why is my shaman called Water Mummy? See, if I was a DK right now, I'd be gripping that ad. Oh my god, the people would be like, wow, thank you. They'd be praising me. All I can do is like a measly ring a piece. I should play with my DK. Although, unironically, Windwalker's probably doing more damage than DK is right now. Oh, imagine being a bug spec. Unlucky. I was just thinking to myself, right? If I still had to raid this week, like progress this week, I'd be in such despair. Because one, the bosses I'd be progging are all bugged, and that would be tilting. Two, the spec I would have been playing is broken as well. Like, 'cause I would have been playing DK, and then it's doing like no damage. I think I would have lost my mind. There is a timeline. There is a timeline where this is happening. Can I show the damage makeup? I'll show it at the end of the dungeon, but usually, like the past 3 or 4 dungeons, it has been Fist of Fury at about 30% damage, 30 to 35. Zenith Stomp at about 20% damage, and then Rising Sun Kick at, I want to say like 5, 7 maybe, I don't know. And then everything else is just, eh. I'm gonna have a look at it now. Like right now, yeah, see Fist of Fury 33, Zenith Stomp 21, Flurry Strikes. Oh yeah, forgot Flurry Strikes, that's important. Flurry Strikes 15. Oh my god, it's a massive pull. And I have cooldowns? It's beautiful. Everything is dead before anyone can
Silco
press
is
any
now
of the
following.
buttons. Oh my god. Can I join next dungeon to use a tank? I'll put it in a frame and show it to my mum. If it's Skyreach 12 is the one I need next. You got one of them? Got a cheeky Skyreach 10. No, not 10. What am I on about? 12. Oh my god. I mean, nothing wrong with a 10, but I'd rather not do it. These ads are all jumpers, which is a little bit annoying. that wasn't the end of the world, because I was just able to instead just delay my Zenith Stomps. Another reason I like Zenith Stomp is just the shape of it. Like, it's very easy. Ow. Hold on. Need to concentrate. It's very easy to hit all targets with like a big circle AoE. Like, I'm not saying like Fist of Fury is like nightmare hard to hit everything with, but like to hit Fist of Fury effectively, especially when things are moving and stuff, you're guaranteed to miss like picks on some targets, right? Like, it is just what is going to happen due to the shape of it. And I mean, maybe you don't, maybe you're God tier gamer. We fighting this? I mean, I guess so. No, I pop coolies. This is cursed. I mean, I'll go over here, I guess. I'll play the mechanic. Alright, we good? Why are we beefing these so much? I'm scared. Well, I completely forgot what I was talking about. So, if you were interested in what I was talking about, sorry. Do not remember. It can't have been that interesting if I don't even remember. Oh, don't send me to the gulag. Oh, I was talking about positioning. Oh yeah, probably not that interesting actually. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was talking about the positioning and the fact that Zenith Stomp is miles easier to hit. So like, I actually think it's a de facto damage increase just for that reason alone. So I think like players are, like, including myself, I think it's way easier to hit everything. It's gonna hit, kinda. You also don't have to cancel a Zenith Stomp, right? When more of our damage came from Fist of Fury and you had to cancel it for whatever reason, well, that's more damage lost. Zenith Stomp does not require cancelling. Doesn't have a channel. So, like, although it's like a simming, like, although it's like a net neutral sim thing, sims aren't always reflected. That's so funny. Like, I've learnt my lesson with sims. Like, I'm not saying they're wrong, but I'm never getting baited into leveling a feral again. I was promised that feral was going to be the best single target in the game. I don't trust sims anymore.
Good to see you again, Grandmaster.
Can we get another Windwalker Mistweaver thing? I don't know about that specifically. There's a good chance, like, at some point I will play other specs. There might be, like, DK and stuff. There might be Hunter as well. Because I need a range spec, right? So if there's anything I've learned from this tier, is that there's a good chance you can run into these situations where you play specs that are decent, they're just not right for certain raid bosses, right? And that's a big issue. And I don't really have any ranged on my portfolio. So, Hunter? Question mark.
Benja Boy just subscribed.
Oh, thank you for the subscription, Benju boy. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Benju boy. I like that name. Isn't survival best for Hunter now? I'm not sure, but like in terms of like progression and stuff, right? Like this tier Hunters was so strong. They probably are still strong, but like when we were progressing bosses and stuff, you had like 4. You had to have 4 of them on Paladins, I think. 3 or 4. You had to have at least 2 on the Dragons. Any boss that had like more than 2 targets, you had to have more Hunters, right? Illyria, you wanted multiple Hunters. Belerium, you wanted multiple Hunters because they did the mechanic. Like, Hunters was so in demand this tier. And I'm pretty sure they mostly play Marksman. Yeah, I want to say Marksman. And then you just had, like, Evokers that were just funneling them. Oh my god. I think people say they have the best raid buff in the game right now, which is probably true. It was most played, but it's been wrecked. Probably for the exact reason that it was played on everything. Like, that does tend to happen. Like, I'm not surprised then if they, like, nerfed it or whatever, because it was despicable how many you played. Like, it's the same thing that kind of happened to Windwalker in the War Within. Not, like, massively, but remember, like, on Gallywix, right, or the entire tier, but Gallywix specifically, they ran 3 Windwalkers, right? When have you ever seen 3 Windwalkers on a boss? And then Windwalker got nerfed. It wasn't the end of the world nerfs, though. But my point being, it's like no surprise that they, yeah, they would have nerfed them as a result.
Wowking24 is now following.
Really enjoyed playing Monk. Thanks for bringing this back to my attention on YouTube. Oh, no worries. Yeah, welcome to Monk. Great spec. It's in an interesting place right now. I feel like Monk's one of those specs that, like... Monk, to me, is one of those specs where it's one of the least played specs, right? So the people that do play it tend to be quite, like... have played it for years, so they're, like, a pretty die-hard Monk, right? So when change comes and stuff, that like there's no like middle ground. You either absolutely love it or you're like absolutely not. This is the worst thing to ever happen to the spec ever in the history of the spec. And I feel like there's only like 1 or 2 camps. I try to be optimistic. But I'll be real. I'm pretty sure I even said in like the video I made, I was like concerned about these changes and stuff, but. I'm open to say that I disagree with what I said a few days ago. I think they're fun. Like, even if, like, damage feels a bit skewed, I value fun quite a lot. Oh my god, triple stacker. Okie dokie. You know, like, your spec can do the most damage, but if it's really boring, do I want to play it? Probably, yeah, because it does the most damage. But, if it can do a lot of damage and it's actually fun to play, like, my favourite version of Monk was... Slicing Wins the War Within Season 2. Because, like, it was like a brand new concept for Windwalker.
Is now following.
And it was just really, really fun. I don't know. I think the Stomps just add something. Now all they need to do, buff slicing wins. Oh my god. Buff slicing wins. So you have to play it. What else can they do? How can we get more buttons? How can we get more buttons? Actually, you know what? I don't even... No, I'm joking about slicing wins. I don't necessarily want it back. I do want diffuse magic. If they give Monk diffuse magic, I would be happy to not get another single change the entire expand. No, I would. Relatively happy. I feel like diffuse magic was so vital. Like, Monk would still be squishy. Like, Windwalker's still naturally a squishy spec, but something about having, like, 3 fences on a rotation that you could just, like, back to back to back in, like one ability comes in, another ability comes in, you can actually, like, flexibly use them. Like, it made a massive difference. Ow.
Yoski TV just subscribed.
Oh, Yoshi TV, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. That's really kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bring back the tier set from Season 3, The War Within as a talent. I imagine you must be talking about the Shadowpan one then, because... Well, I mean, they integrated they integrated all of the tier sets into hero talents. Like, not fully, obviously, because they changed how Flurry Strikes works, but stand ready, this used to be the Season 3 tier set. Shadow over the battlefield. Am I in the boss room? Shadow over the battlefield also used to be part of the tier set. Well, not really. It used to be part of the Wisdom of the Wall, the old Wisdom of the Wall, but like the power of it kind of only became apparent in Season 3, so I associate it with that. And then like Conduit as well, right? Conduit, you can argue that that's also been integrated, right? The haste, the part where you get haste, they kind of tweaked it a little bit, the fact that like Zenith now gives you Heart of the Jade Serpent when previously it was not Slicing Wind, Strike of the Wind Lord. So it's not like fully integrated. But they did semi try to incorporate it. Now, I find that no matter what, somehow one always gets missed on this set. I don't know how, but it just does. One, two, and there's one back here. Okay. Okay, it's not my responsibility. Good luck, everybody. Nah, this one's getting missed for sure. Unless? Oh, cool. Nice. Good job. It was close, though. It was close. I'm holding... I was like holding Fist of Fury there for so long, because I wanted it at the start. I probably should have saved Puzzle Box as well, but it's alright. And then triple Zenith Stomp just before it goes big. Yeah, I think that was worth it. We should get another burst phase, so I'm just going to save everything for that. And the 3 circles are behind me, and to the left. We hit them all? We did not. Oh, I'm just going to send now. Too long. We must have missed one. Yeah, it's just the one over there. Nice. Can I show my gear after the dungeon? Yeah, sure. This is currently what I'm running. I actually need to enchant this head. I forgot to. But it's kind of like half and half mythic, half and half hero. Like half of it's hero, half of it's mythic. We got the mythic puzzle box earlier today from a bonus roll. So that was pretty cool. Mythic gaze. So I do have good gear, to be fair. And then I need to spend my mythic dawn crest. I'll do that now quickly. So I think I am 283-ish. I'm 283 in bags, but I can't equip one of the rings I have, really. For real though, what item level is the Demon Hunter? Don't do him like that. Oh yeah, 45k. Ah, that's fine. I'll let him off. I'll let him off. He was here for a good time.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
Oh, he was like level 230. So, that's fine. That's so funny. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, 230. Ban Lu, my G. I'm gonna do... I'm just gonna do the neck. Yeah, there we go, 283. Nice.
Fat Lazy Twitch is now following.
How am I incorporating the Zenith Stomp procs and M+, for raid, usually saving it for the ads, which get burned and just spam it? Yeah, for raid, that is essentially what everyone's doing. And the best way to use it is to basically spam them out one after another. In M+, generally the best thing to do is, like, just think of it as when you would have pressed Blackout Kick previously, that's when you're going to press Zenith Stomp. That's the best way to do it. There generally isn't harm right now in just spamming the Zenith Stomps. Like, you can do that as well. But if you do want to, like, to try and manage Chi a little bit better, which you probably don't really have to do in Zenith right now, but if you do want to be a bit more efficient or practice just for when they potentially put mastery onto the ability, the best thing to do is usually, like, Zenith, Bists, Rising Sun Kick, Whirling Dragon Punch, Zenith, Spinning Crane Kick with its proc, Zenith again, and then Blackout Kick. Something like that's usually what I do. Because that allows your Fist of Fury to reduce its own cooldown from the start of the Zenith, and then Rising Sun Kick as well. And then whilst you're like building up Chi again through using Zenith Stomps, by the time that's over, hopefully you have those two back up the latter half of the cooldown. But sometimes I just front load it as well. Sometimes I'll literally just go stomp, stomp, stomp because why not? Like sometimes like ads, like I can tell a trash pack's gonna die quick enough that it's probably just worthwhile stomp, stomp, stomping because I'd rather get the stomp damage in than not. Weird that it's not tied to our mastery. Yeah, I think there's a good chance it probably will do, so it's probably not bad to get into the habit. If it does get tied to our mastery, there's a good chance that we also will lose a lot of that damage that you see in the raid as well, because back-to-back stomping is actually probably not going to be that good. I don't know if you would break mastery to still do it. If you would break mastery to do it, that's probably bad. Because I don't think we've had to break mastery since Shadowlands. I'm trying to think the last time it was okay to realistically break mastery. I know Shadowlands was the big one, right? Where you would just spinning crane kick on repeat. I think they've been pretty good with it since then. Alright, let's try to do a 12 sky reach real quick. Sorry for spamming. Oh, you're welcome to spam. As long as it's not like you're not spamming bad things. I don't do what you want. If you're just like hyping up Ban Lu, spam away, my dude. Mount is goated. It's the one regret I have from not doing Legion Remix. I just didn't enjoy Legion Remix. Like, I don't enjoy doing like the old expansion stuff. But that is the one thing I wish I probably went and did, was do it so I could get Fel Ban Lu. But I'm not a massive... Yeah, I didn't really enjoy it. I'm not a massive fan of leveling. Mom, I'm on TV. You think you got your characters to 24 or something from 20 and got all the mounts I wanted? Yeah, I mean, people like Sesh Legion Remix, right? Like, I tried to do it to like level a character, but I think the thing I like the least in this game is I don't mind leveling once in a story that I haven't done, right? Like this this expansion, I didn't mind leveling once because I hadn't done the expansion. Having to then level 4 other characters in the exact same way, doing the exact same quests, the exact same story, it drove me insane. So it's the same with Legion, right? Like, even though Legion was 10 years ago or so, I still remember doing it. I still remember the quests. There's nothing like appealing to me about it. The reason not to spam both stomps immediately is to keep cooldown rolling for other abilities and not to waste chi it gives you. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of reasons. Like, that definitely goes into it. The reason that you can do it right now is because it doesn't break mastery. So, back-to-back stomps, like, there's no, like, real downside to it. But the thought is that they're likely to actually put it into the mastery, because it makes sense, right? All the monk damaging abilities are part of mastery, right? So that will no longer be a thing. As well as that, yeah, I'll do it on this trash pack here. I'll try and explain it. It'll make more sense with maybe a demonstration.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Unless I get one shot. Let's try not do that. Oh. I kind of want all of this to be pulled. Yeah, so you get these two on cooldown, and then Whirling Dragon Punch into a stomp, spin, and then fist proc, so I want to proc fist again. Because, like, basically, it's hard to explain that, but the idea is, right, it's basically replacing Blackout Kick, is, like, the ideal way of looking at it. So if then Fist of Fury, like, in my mind, they weren't going to proc there, so I was able to just keep going. Because I got Fist of Fury back, it made sense to send that before I sent the second stomp, basically. And then I had Rising Sun Kick as well. Nope. So basically, the best way I can explain it is the optimal time to really press it is when you would have pressed Blackout Kick, because at that point, if you were ever pressing Blackout Kick previously, yeah, that's when you're probably trying to gain resources, and that's usually when your Fist of Fury and your Rising Sun Kick were on cooldown, right? So that's the best time to do it. But on the other hand, you can just stomp, stomp, stomp if you want to. Like I can just go stomp, 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 and like there's not massive punishment to it because you can see my resources are still pretty insane. Like we're still in Zenith right now. I had to Tiger Palm one time. Like, are my resources, were they ever really in question? Not really. So like, currently right now, if like mobs are about to die and stuff, or you do a pull and these mobs have like, very little health, and you know that like there's a good chance they die before you would be able to get your like triple stomp in, that's when I'm mostly like just stomp, stomp, stomping. And that's why in raid, a lot of people are stomp, stomp, stomping on ads and stuff to guarantee that they get the damage in before they just get one shot. Oh, come here, you. Like on single target, I won't triple stomp on single target. Okay, I will just run into that in single target though. Don't worry. No, it's good to know that doesn't one-shot you. And it actually clears it off the ground. Okay, noted. Can I have your UI code? Or my HUD UI code? It's in my, like my baseline UI code is in my Discord. But then all the other profile codes are actually in the Discord as well. In, I don't even remember what tab it's in. Channel it's in. I want to say UI. Do I have a UI channel? I should probably know this. It's in one of the channels. Appreciate all the follows and stuff as well in the past half an hour. I do hear them, but it is hard to shout everyone out. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. I was gonna say I'm trying to use my brain for M+, but I don't know if I am. I don't know if I actually use my brain in these dungeons. If we kill the solar elemental, it actually despawns. Is that crazy? Oh, are we going big? Uh-oh. I do not have a defensive for this. Health put it. One last question for today. Why is the puzzle box trinket so bad on Windwalker? On the Blood Mallet site? It's not bad for Windwalker. It's still our best trinket. It's just Blood Mallet is using like some old profiles and stuff. Basically, it didn't integrate properly for the change or something along those lines. The TLDR of it is you definitely still want to use Puzzle Box and ignore Blood Mallet for this one. It is wrong. Yeah, it basically just needs to be updated. But puzzle stocks, puzzle stock, puzzle box is still by far our best trinket. Because I imagine right now on Blood Mallet, it goes like, doesn't it say like, gaze and then plume? But usually the question is not gaze and plume. It's usually like, do I go gaze or do I go plume? But you need an active trinket really. But yeah, but just for some reason, Blood Mallet hasn't done too well with the 12.05 for Windwalker specifically. Maybe other specs are okay. As well as that, sometimes if you sim, like do raidbot sims and you do dungeon slice, it can also give you some strange results. Almost the same results, I think. Like I had someone saying they did a AoE sim and they also got told to remove their puzzle box for a plume. Yeah, do not do this. Please don't do that.
Bunes is now following.
Like, plume's not bad. But puzzle box is really good. We might be able to do some crazy damage on the next trash pull. I mean, there's a disgusting world where I send puzzle boxing out. When I really shouldn't send puzzle box on this trash pack because, well, it dies so quickly. But it does line up. Oh, it is kind of lining up pretty nicely, no? I'm not sending anything until... Oh, pull it! Oh, okay. That was horrible. That was so anticlimactic. I thought we were going to, like, pull him real quick. It was going to do, like, 1,000,000 damage. The fans were going to go wild. Woo! Damage! Ow, get off me. I've never been so disappointed. It feels bad to Tiger Palm and then wait 2 seconds to let the puzzle box. I don't mind it too much. I think you just get used to it. I think it's like... I want to say it scales with haste. I think it's like 1.5 seconds or something as well. I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. Conduit being bad is the only thing that's been good for Windwalker in the last 2 years. I don't know. I don't mind a healthy balance of the hero talent. I think a lot of people like Conduit. I enjoy Conduit as well. I think it's nice to have like a balance of the two. Like in an ideal world, I think it'd be nice to have like one be good for some content and one be good for the other, because then you actually get some variety. Otherwise, you just end up playing like, you know, one hero talent whilst the other one's absolutely gutted. Please don't target me. Like, the war within Season 2 was a great example of this. Season 3 a little bit to this degree, but maybe not so much. Time to do the jump. Oop. First time, baby. Every time. I think they have a Conduit Soft reworking coming. I don't know about all that. I feel like there's a good chance you probably won't actually see that many Windwalker changes for a while now. Because, like, this is the mini rework, right? Like, it might get tweaked a little bit. But, like, this is the sort of, like, thing that you would maybe expect to see on, like, a 0.1 patch or a 0.2 patch, right? Like a mini rework sort of thing. It's like they've reshaped our Apex talent, and they've changed our like damage profile. This is the sort of thing I would have expected, like 0.1, 0.2 that you'd see on like the alpha and stuff. So I don't know. I mean, they might do some changes to Conduit, but if you think about it, like Conduit like had the better tier piece this season. Oh my god, this is bad. Alright, it's done everything. Just pop some stomps, I think. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I was basically saying like if you think about it, like our tier set, the tier set is so Conduit sided, right? Like the tier set for Shadowpan's actually really bad. Like the worst tier set in the game, almost. I think maybe there's like one spec that maybe is worse, maybe Brewmaster. But for Conduit, the tier set's actually not too bad. Like it's not good, but it's not bad. So like if you think like how far it is actually behind, and that's with like the tier set as well on top. I don't know. I feel like maybe the issue is that the
Windwalker is now following.
the two hero talents kind of like, although they rotationally play the same, they actually play very differently. Like Conduit's only as good as it is valuable to have, like, to benefit from burst windows. If you're playing like a tier where burst windows are actually not that good, then Conduit's just going to suffer. Whereas Shadowpan's a lot more flexible as well, so it can find a way to fit in. Conduit was decent because it also benefits a lot from like damage amp bosses and stuff like that. But in the last expansion, they actually had quite a lot of damage amp bosses, which suits a, burst spec well. This tier, there's like none. Like Saladar. I've definitely been getting PI from this priest as well. It feels very nice. Oh, what am I doing? Putting putting this in the middle of the room is not smart, actually. I don't know why I did this. I'm just gonna... That's such a bad placement. Oh my god. I do. I deserve to get taken by the bird for this. Just chuck me off the edge. No satisfying yellow damage numbers popping up on the screen. No, I'm not a massive fan of damage numbers. They're not so bad now, but like, if you think about like, the War Within and stuff, like your entire screen was just flooded with numbers. And to me, it was just like super bad for visual clarity, like trying to see like things that need interrupting, or like things are actually going on. I always just thought, what's the point? It's like if I want to look at damage numbers, I can just, you know, look at details. Nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this one, I think I was saying this earlier, actually. This one, like, I feel like you don't get as much Zenith Stomp value because most of the trash packs are, like, smaller. We done the dungeon? Oh, good. I thought I was getting pinged because we maybe missed something. So, Fist of Fury did pull away a bit further than Zenith Stomp here. Like, Zenith Stomp's usually around the 20. So it is, like, a little bit dungeon dependent, but they're more or less about the same as they are for across all dungeons. With the higher ad, the dungeons with more trash packs, like bigger size trash packs, definitely favoring Stomp a bit more. Or just basically just changing where your damage output is. Do I think Windwalker would have been too OP if they kept the 2% per brew stack? Before it went live? No. But now? Yeah. Yeah, that would have been very OP. I don't know if it would have been busted. Like, it's very hard to tell. But I don't know. You think like almost you can almost get 20% extra crit per Zenith, like on average. Like probably let's say you get even like 10%, 10-15% extra crit on average per Zenith. That's a lot. And with our Zenith burst windows being so strong, yeah, it probably would have got nerfed, to be honest. So maybe they knew something we didn't. I get it now. I get it now that I've played it. But when I read it initially, I was like, no way, they're not doing this. Stop. I messed up on birds, ran out of roll charges. Oh, no worries. Look, Mum, I'm on TV. Yeah, that jump skip. This why I always put the transcendence down, because I also failed it. So I just saw you drop to the floor. But luckily I ported back. Because I swear, I don't know what's wrong with it, but I swear I always get it wrong the first time. Maybe it's like just misjudging the actual jump on it, and then always the second jump after I transcendence back, it's fine. Did I know that you in Skyreach you can talent Link Spirits, and if you have the bird, you can just transcendence to the Link guy and you don't play the bird? I did not know that. That's quite funny. What happens? Is then like the bird just disappears, or like, because obviously you teleport to them, your Link person. Does the bird just despawn, or does it keep flying off the edge? That's quite funny. It doesn't matter if I have 120 energy during Zenith. All that matters is wasting all my chi. Definitely the energy. Don't worry about the energy. Because generally there's just no time to even Tiger Palm, right? But on the other hand, I could like you could almost make an argument that chi doesn't matter as well. Like obviously chi matters because you need it to spend your abilities, but there's so many ways to get chi during Zenith, and everything costs so little that as long as you are able to keep up your rotation of getting Fist of Furies, Rising Sun Kicks, Whirl and Dragon Punch, fitting your stomps in, even if you're overcapping chi, right, that's fine. Like as long as you can just play it through, then that's fine. Like the last thing you should really worry about is overcapping chi. Like you don't want to like delay a Zenith stomp so that you don't waste chi during Zenith. It's better to just accept that during Zenith, resources are just flooded. You're just gonna have you have so many ways to generate chi that doesn't even involve Tiger Palm, that it's just more important to focus on actually getting your damage buttons out during that time than to try get them out, but at the same time try not to overcap chi. Obviously, if you run out of chi during Zenith, something probably went wrong, but you're more likely to like overcap like once or twice easily during the cooldown. But it does not matter, because it would matter if you came out of Zenith and you had no energy to then, restore the balance of it. But because you're basically always going to be sat at 120 energy when you come out of it, well, then, you can just fix it. Thanks a lot for the run. I'm the happy person on the planet now. It was a clean run. It was good. The first boss was a bit Papega, but I think that was my own fault. I just dashed straight into the first circle. The bird goes without you. That's good. All right. Well, we have achieved. We've done all right today. We've got all our 12s done now. So I can actually start pushing some 13s and stuff. Maybe be about tomorrow. Definitely not Saturday. And I might stream Raid on Sunday. It depends, right? We're doing some reclears and stuff. I might stream Raid once this week. Whichever time I get to play the Windwalker is probably when I'll stream Raid. And that'll be in the evening. So maybe tomorrow, but TB decided. And I'll try get this just the talent video out, just so it's easy to like refer back to. It won't be long. It'll be like, trust me, when I say 10 minutes, it's probably not going to be 10 minutes, but it's like just a quick one that talks to the talents, why things have changed. And then a little look at our damage profile as well, and my thoughts on where our damage is actually coming from. Yeah, that'll be like some video maybe this evening or tomorrow. Because talents is like the most asked question, and so probably easy to have a good source to reference the talents. Okay. Yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for anyone that subbed, followed. Loads of people chatting today. Real fun. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. We got 12s. We'll get higher. Don't worry about it. This is the beginning. Also, I'm a panda now. Did anyone notice that I'm a panda now? Yeah. Not by choice. Not by choice. Alright. Have a lovely evening, my dudes. And maybe catch you tomorrow. Welcome to the Panda Gang. Yeah. It took some getting used to. Alright. See you later.